Good morning, everyone. We are so excited to start our virtual holiday storytelling from Central New York School Librarians, which is a group that serves school librarians as a professional organization, as well as one of our sponsors is O2CM School Library System. We will be doing stories every 15 minutes. We will have a break between 12 and 1, and we're excited to get started with The Grinch.
How the Grinch Stole Christmas by Dr. Seuss. Every Who down in Whoville liked Christmas a lot. But the Grinch, who lived just north of Whoville, did not. The Grinch hated Christmas the whole Christmas season. Now please don't ask why. No one quite knows the reason. It could be his head wasn't screwed on just right. It could be, perhaps, that his shoes were too tight. But I think that the most likely reason of all may have been that his heart was 2 sizes too small. But whatever the reason, his heart or his shoes, he stood there on Christmas Eve, hating the Whos. Staring down from his cave with a sour, grinchy frown at the warm-lighted windows below in their town. For he knew every Who down in Whoville beneath was busy now hanging a mistletoe wreath. And they're hanging their stockings, he snarled with a sneer. Tomorrow is Christmas, it's practically here. Then he growled with his Grinch fingers nervously drumming, I must find some way to stop Christmas from coming. For tomorrow, he knew, all the Who girls and boys would wake bright and early. They'd rush for their toys. And then, oh, the noise. Oh, the noise, 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 noise. That's one thing he hated, the noise. Noise, noise, noise. Then the Whos, young and old, would sit down to a feast, and they'd feast, and they'd feast. And they'd feast, 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 feast. They would feast on Who pudding and rare Who roast beast, which was something the Grinch couldn't stand in the least. And then they'd do something he liked least of all. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, would stand close together with Christmas bells ringing. They'd stand hand in hand, and the Whos would start singing. They'd sing, and they'd sing, and they'd sing, 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 sing. And the more the Grinch thought of this Who Christmas sing, the more the Grinch thought, I must stop this whole thing. Why, for 53 years I've put up with it now. I must stop this Christmas from coming. But how? Then he got an idea, an awful idea. The Grinch got a wonderful, awful idea. I know just what to do, the Grinch laughed in his throat, and he made a quick Santa Claus hat and a coat. And he chuckled and clucked. What a great Grinchy trick! With his coat and this hat, I look just like Saint Nick. All I need is a reindeer. The Grinch looked around, but since reindeer are scarce, there was none to be found. Did that stop the old Grinch? No, the Grinch simply said, "If I can't find a reindeer, I'll make one instead." So he called his dog Max. Then he took some red thread and he tied a big horn on top of his head. Then he loaded some bags and some old empty sacks on a ramshackle sleigh, and he hitched up old Max. Then the Grinch said, "Get up!" and the sleigh started down toward the homes where the Whos lay a snooze in their town. All their windows were dark. Quiet snow filled the air. All the Whos were all dreaming sweet dreams without care when he came to the first little house on the square. "This is stop number 1, the old Grinchy Claus hissed, and he climbed to the roof, empty bags in his fist. Then he slid down the chimney, a rather tight pinch, but if Santa could do it, then so could the Grinch. He got stuck only once, for a moment or two. Then he stuck his head out of the fireplace flue, where the little Who stockings all hung in a row. "These stockings," he grinned, "are the first things to go." Then he slithered and slunk with a smile most unpleasant around the whole room, and he took every present: pop guns and bicycles, roller skates, drums, checkerboards, tricycles, popcorn, and plums. And he stuffed them in bags. Then the Grinch very nimbly stuffed all the bags one by one up the chimbley. Then he slunk to the icebox. He took the Who's feast. He took the Who pudding. He took the roast beast. He cleaned out that icebox as quick as a flash. Why, that Grinch even took their last can of Who hash. Then he stuffed all the food up the chimney with glee. "And now," grinned the Grinch, "I will stuff up the tree." And the Grinch grabbed the tree and he started to shove when he heard a small sound like the coo of a dove. He turned around fast and he saw a small Who, little Cindy Lou Who was not more than 2. The Grinch had been caught by this tiny Who daughter who'd got out of bed for a cup of cold water. She stared at the Grinch and said, "Santa Claus, why? Why are you taking our Christmas tree? Why?" But, you know, that old Grinch was so smart and so slick, he thought up a lie. And he thought it up quick. "Why, my sweet little tot," the fake Santa Claus lied, "there's a light on this tree that won't light on one side, so I'm taking it home to my workshop, my dear. I'll fix it up there, then I'll bring it back here." And his fib fooled the child. Then he patted her head, and he got her a drink, and he sent her to bed. And when Cindy Lou Who went to bed with her cup, he went to the chimney and stuffed the tree up. Then the last thing he took was the log for their fire. Then he went up the chimney himself, the old liar. On their walls he left nothing but hooks and some wire. And the one speck of food that he left in the house was a crumb that was even too small for a mouse. Then he did the same thing to the other Who's houses, leaving crumbs much too small for the other Who's mouses. It was dawn. All the Who's still abed, all the Who's still a-snooze when he packed up his sled. Packed it up with their presents, the ribbons, the wrappings, the tags, and the tinsel, the trimmings, the trappings. 3,000 feet up the side of Mount Crumpet, he rode with his load to the tip-top to dump it. Pooh-pooh to the Who's, he was grinchiously humming. They're finding out now that no Christmas is coming. They're just waking up. I know just what they'll do. Their mouths will hang open a minute or two. Then the Who's down in Whoville will all cry, boo-hoo! That's a noise, grinned the Grinch, that I simply must hear. So he paused, and the Grinch put his hand to his ear. And he did hear a sound rising over the snow. It started in low, then it started to grow. But the sound wasn't sad. Why, this sound sounded merry. It couldn't be so, but it was merry, very. He stared down at Whoville. The Grinch popped his eyes. Then he shook. What he saw was a shocking surprise. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, was singing without any presents at all. He hadn't stopped Christmas from coming. It came. Somehow or other, it came just the same. And the Grinch, with his Grinch feet ice cold in the snow, stood puzzling and puzzling. How could it be so? It came without ribbons, it came without tags, it came without packages, boxes, or bags. And he puzzled 3 hours, till his puzzler was sore. Then the Grinch thought of something he hadn't before. Maybe Christmas, he thought, doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas, perhaps, means a little bit more. And what happened then? Well, in Whoville they say that the Grinch's small heart grew 3 sizes that day. And the minute his heart didn't feel quite so tight, he whizzed with his load through the bright morning light. And he brought back the toys and the food for the feast, and he himself, the Grinch, carved the roast beast.
That was a great story. We will have our next story in about a minute. All right, our next story is Hanukkah Bear by Eric Kimmel.
Hi everyone, I'm Mrs. Dershane at Brewerton Elementary, and today I am going to be reading for you Hanukkah Bear by Eric A. Kimmel. Enjoy! Hanukkah Bear by Eric A. Kimmel, illustrated by Mike Wanautka. Old Bear awoke from his winter sleep. He poked his nose outside his den. What was that? Something to eat. Old Bear's empty stomach rumbled. He shook himself all over, then lumbered out of his den to follow the delicious smell. Baba Braina took the last potato latke from the pan and put it in the oven with the others. Baba Braina was 97 years old and did not hear or see as well as she used to, but she still made the best potato latkes in the village. Every year at Hanukkah time, all her friends came to her house on the edge of the forest. How they loved those latkes! Baba Brina always made plenty, but tonight she made twice as many as usual. Tonight was special. Tonight the rabbi was coming.
I hope I saved enough.
Baba Brina hurried to get ready.
Come on, Pip. You can help too.
Just then she heard a thump on the door. She opened it. Rabbi, you're here early. How nice to see you. Grump, growled Old Bear. Happy Hanukkah to you too. Please come in.
I hope you're hungry.
Old Bear walked into the house. I'll take your coat, Rabbi. My, how thick it is. Baba Braina tugged at Old Bear's fur. Old Bear roared. Growl. Oh, you want to keep your coat on? Well, that's all right. It is chilly in here. Old Bear's nose twitched. Thank you, Rabbi. How kind of you to say that. The latkes will taste even better than they smell.
And they smell delicious.
Old Bear followed his nose to the oven. Rabbi, I'm surprised at you. You know we don't eat until we light the menorah. Grrr. That's all right. I know you were teasing. I'll light the candles. Will you say the blessings?
Wonderful.
Baba Braina struck a match and lit the shamus candle. Then she lit the one for the first night. Old Bear muttered and growled. Who has kept us alive, sustained us, and enabled us to reach this season. Oh, Rabbi, you say the blessings so beautifully.
It brings a tear to my eye.
Baba Braina sat down at the table. Old Bear sat beside her. Let's play dreidel. We'll use these nuts. Old Bear cracked one with his teeth. Rabbi, you won't have any nuts for the game if you eat them. Growled Old Bear. Don't worry. I have plenty of nuts if you need more. Baba Braina spun the dreidel. It stopped on the letter Gimel. I win!
Hooray!
Baba Braina swept the nuts into her apron. Roar! Old Bear roared. Now, don't be angry, Rabbi. It's only a game. She tossed him a nut. Old Bear begged for more. No, Rabbi, no more nuts. It's time for dinner. Baba Braina opened the oven door and took out a platter piled high with steaming potato latkes. Old Bear sniffed the latkes as she set them on the table. Do you prefer sour cream or jam? Baba Braina asked.
Strawberry and blackberry.
Oh, Old Bear growled. Jam, I thought so. Baba Braina smeared 5 big latkes with jam and stacked them on Old Bear's plate. Old Bear gobbled them down. Baba Braina laughed. You should use a fork. You have jam all over your beard. She wet a towel and wiped Old Bear's face. I must tell you, Rabbi, you eat like a bear. I'm hungry like a bear, so I eat like one. I can see that, Baba Braina said.
A big appetite is a sign of good health.
Old Bear ate and ate until the latkes were gone. He felt drowsy. His head flopped on Baba Braina's lap. Rabbi, you're sleepy. Who wouldn't be sleepy after such a meal? All the latkes are gone. It's time to go home.
Let's get you up. Come on, I'll help you.
But before you leave, I have a Hanukkah present for you. Baba Braina took a red scarf from her knitting basket. She wrapped it around Old Bear's neck. I made it myself. Grrr. Old Bear licked Baba Braina's face. And Baba Braina blushed. Oh, Rabbi, at my age. Old Bear shuffled to the door. Grrr, he growled as he walked off into the night. Good night to you too, Rabbi. Happy Hanukkah.
Come back soon. Shalom.
Baba Braina was washing dishes when she heard another knock. I wonder who that is. Shalom, Baba Braina. All her friends stood at the door, wishing her a happy Hanukkah. Shalom, everybody, Baba Braina said. How nice to see you. I'm sorry I don't have any more latkes. The rabbi came by. He ate them all.
He was as hungry as a bear.
Baba Braina, don't you recognize me? It was the rabbi. The rabbi couldn't have eaten your latkes, everyone said. He's been with us in the synagogue. Baba Braina rubbed her forehead. Something strange is happening, Rabbi. I think there is an impostor going around. He looks like you. He talks like you. He even has your beard.
Soft and fluff, just like this.
Just then the children cried, Look at the floor! Bear tracks! A bear! And I thought it was the rabbi. Baba Braina had to sit down. Soon she began to giggle. That was a very clever bear. Or a very foolish Baba Braina. Ah, well, let the bear have a happy Hanukkah. I had a happy Hanukkah too. And so will you, dear friends. Bring some potatoes from the cellar. Fetch my grater and bowl. Everybody has to help. You too, Rabbi. If we all work together, we'll soon have latkes for everyone.
Then we can all eat like bears.
Deep in the forest, Old Bear slumbered in his den. His stomach was full of potato latkes. The warm woolen scarf was wrapped snugly round his neck. Pleasant dreams, Old Bear, and happy Hanukkah. The end.
All right, we have a little while till the next story at 8:30. So I'm going to put on a little Snoopy and we'll enjoy that until 8:30.
Happy holidays, everyone. My name is Mr. Hacker, and I am a teacher trainer at OCM BOCES in Syracuse, New York. The Nutcracker, written by Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky in 1892, is a magical and enchanting ballet that tells the story of Clara, a young girl who receives a magical Nutcracker doll as a gift during a festive Christmas Eve party at her house. When the clock strikes midnight, Clara discovers that the Nutcracker has come to life, and they embark on a magical adventure from her living room into the enchanting land of sweets. Along the way, they encounter charming characters like the Sugar Plum Fairy, the Mouse King, and dancing snowflakes. Each scene in the land of sweets features delightful dances representing different sweets and treats. The ballet crescendos with a grand celebration in the kingdom of the Sugar Plum Fairy, showcasing a dazzling finale. As Clara awakens, she wonders if it was all a dream. In the following story, preparations are underway for a production of the classic ballet, when things go from terribly bad to ridiculously worse.
The Nutcracker's Night Before Christmas, written by Keith Brockett, illustrated by Joseph Kelman. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and up in the town a theater stood high on a hill like a crown. Its stately marquee glittered brightly with light, proclaiming the Nutcracker's opening night. But backstage the mood was uncertain and stressed. Disasters had struck as the day had progressed. And now, as the curtain time quickly drew near, a sick sense of panic was growing severe. The programs had come from the printer that day, with titles misspelled, the Nutsnacker Ballet. The error was funny and might have amused, if not for those programs that couldn't be used. But far bigger problems had reared up their heads. The stagehands got sick and went home to their beds. The spotlights had fallen, the stage was left dim, and Clara spilled grape juice all over the scrim. The grumpy old cat living under the stage had clawed the tulle skirts into shreds in a rage. The snowflakes and flowers were in total despair. They couldn't perform without costumes to wear. The sword for the Mouse King just couldn't be found. The Nutcracker smashed when it dropped to the ground. The tutus had lost all their sequins and gems, and scraps of torn stitching hung loose from their hems. But worse was to come. With a crash and a yell, the Christmas tree used in the party scene fell. Its ornaments shattered across the stage floor, and none of its lights would light up anymore. With that, any hope for the show was now gone. It had to be canceled. It couldn't go on. The problems and mishaps were far past repair, and sad disappointment hung stale in the air. But then a surprising and strange thing occurred. From one of the set pieces, noises were heard. A fireplace stood on stage set in a wall, and from it came laughter that filled the whole hall.
Ho, ho, ho!
The set began shaking, and then the stage too, until old St. Nicholas burst from the flue. He'd seen that the show was in trouble that night, from far overhead on his Christmas Eve flight. He called to his elves, they appeared from thin air, and got right to work. There was no time to spare. They fixed all the costumes, the spotlights and tree, and printed new programs as fast as could be. They handled the hassles with props in the scrim, and suddenly things were not looking so grim. The elves took the places of 6 stagehands too, and changed all the lighting and sets right on cue. And one more surprise was in store for that night. The Sugar Plum Fairy, that magical sprite. She flew from the wings in a wondrous display, for St. Nick had lent her his reindeer and sleigh. She landed on stage to the thrill of the crowd. A standing ovation was heard long and loud. The show had been saved thanks to dear Santa Claus. Let's give him a rollicking round of applause.
Loud Winter's Nap. A Loud Winter's Nap, written and illustrated by Katie Hudson. Tortoise had just snuggled in for his long winter nap when do not disturb until spring. Tweet, 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 tweet. Hello there, Tortoise, chirped Robin. Would you like to join our singing class? No, grumbled Tortoise. I was trying to sleep. Tortoises don't like winter. Why not? Chirped Robin. They just don't, said Tortoise, and he packed up and left in search of a quieter home. Tortoise snuggled down in his new bed. He was just about to close his eyes when tap, 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 tap. Hiya, Tortoise. Would you like to make some ice sculptures with me? Asked Rabbit. No, groaned Tortoise. I was trying to sleep. Tortoises don't like winter. Why not? Asked Rabbit. They just don't, said Tortoise, and he packed up again. Tortoise trudged through the snow and found a new napping spot. Again, Tortoise snuggled down in his new bed. He was just about to close his eyes when... Thud, pat, thud. Splat! Hey, Tortoise, would you like to play in our snowball fight? Asked Squirrel. No, Tortoise said angrily. I'm trying to sleep. Tortoises don't like winter. Why not? Asked Squirrel. They just don't, groaned Tortoise. Why would anyone want to stay awake for winter? Grumbled Tortoise. He was tired and cold and needed to find a quieter place to sleep. Tortoise decided to move to higher ground. Again, Tortoise snuggled down in his new bed. He was just about to close his eyes when... Oh no! Cried Tortoise. I do not like winter, Tortoise said. Tortoise hiked up a big snowy hill. Behind a small tree, Tortoise found a flat piece of wood. It was the perfect place for napping. He snuggled down in his new bed and was about to close his eyes when... Whoosh! As Tortoise whizzed along, he couldn't help smiling. Maybe winter isn't so bad, he thought. And as he flew off his sled and through the air, he couldn't help giggling. Maybe winter is more than cold and snow, he thought. And as he slid across the ice, he realized he had been wrong. Whee! That night, Tortoise skated, slid, and spun with his friends late into the night. He wasn't tired or cold. Maybe some tortoises could like winter after all.
everyone, my name is E.B. Zaboy and I am the author of The People Remember, illustrated by Love is Wise. The People Remember tells the story or the journey of people of African descent in America or Black people in America while infusing the 7 principles of Kwanzaa. As you can see here, I've got my Kwanzaa table all set up with the Kinara and 7 candles for the Nguzo Saba or the 7 principles. While The People Remember infuses the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, the principles can be applied and honored and celebrated throughout the year on any day of the year. So let's get started, shall we? The People Remember. The people remember when it first happened. It was on a day and on a night, during a rainy season and a dry season, while celebrating a wedding and embracing a new baby, while sending a loved one into the arms of the ancestors, and while welcoming a stranger into the warmth of the village. The people remember that it first happened during a time of war. The Ashanti and the Fulani, the Empire of Mali, the Hausa and Igbo, as well as the Congo, the Yoruba and the Kan, the Empire of Songhai, the Kingdom of Dahomey, the Mende and the Fon are where the people used to call home. While telling stories under the star-speckled sky about memories of the ancestors watching from way up high, the people remember that it was an uncle and a father, a daughter and a cousin, an entire family and a whole village that vanished under that great big African sun. The chiefs and the kings, the betrayers and traitors, for gold, copper, and iron, sold the people in this time of war. The people remember the ropes that bound them on wrists and ankles. They walked to the shore for days and nights through tears and shouts. The people remember this was a time of war. The men with the guns skinned like a pale sun, the men with the whips, the men on the ships, watched the people leave their land, never to return as their bare feet left footprints in the sand. There in the bellies of rocking boats, they curled their bodies, singing and praying to faraway gods who maybe, just maybe, could help them fly, could help them float. Some stayed, some jumped, thinking that home was somewhere deep beneath the wide ocean, and maybe, just maybe, she was their mother. Mami Wata, they called her. They landed on the shores of South Carolina and Virginia, Hispaniola and Brazil. Some met their new masters, while others escaped toward the hills. In search of freedom, the Hausa and Fulani, Mende and Fon found the common language, a new word for home. In the land of the free, home of the brave, if only this new God was one who saves the people from the fields of cotton and sugarcane under that great big American sun. The Ashanti and the Fulani, the Empire of Mali, the Hausa and Igbo, as well as the Congo, the Yoruba and the Kan, the Empire of Songhai, the Kingdom of Dahomey, the Mende and the Fon, the people remember they were now all one. Umoja, unity. The people remember when they did not have their own bodies, their own thoughts, their own time, when the days were long and the sun was hot, when the babies were born and taken from their mothers, when the sons left their families and the fathers were sold away, when the tears turned into rivers and the shouts turned into music, when the North Star was freedom and Harriet Tubman led the way, when Nat Turner demanded that the people rise up, when that other time of war divided North from South, the people fought for land, for freedom, for a tomorrow unknown. The people remember that like the rising and setting sun, the winds turning from cool to warm, they can change a time, a today, a tomorrow, but never the past. The people remember that they have the power to change this nation. Kuji Chakolia, self-determination. Then a new day came and the people were free. The chains had been broken and they could now run toward faraway fields, toward skies, toward sun, toward each other, toward lost ones, and toward fathers and mothers. From Mississippi to Chicago, Georgia to New York, from Alabama to California, Louisiana to Canada. The people remember that great migration to new lands, to new borders, where sharecropping hands were now factory machine fingers. The people toiled and labored, working the roads, the houses, the skyscraping towers, reaching for that great, big American sun. In the loud, bustling cities and in the small, quiet towns, the uncles and fathers, daughters and cousins gathered around a small table and on a wide porch, on a tattered couch and on a vast green lawn, to share jokes and stories, tall tales and riddles, to play the dozens and jump the broom, cake walk and jive, ring shout and lindy hop, Charleston and jitterbug, their sorrows away. Like waves crashing ashore and raindrops forming a pool, the people held hands and raised their voices in song. In churches and mosques, temples and healing places, the people laid their troubles down like a woven and embroidered rug, a tapestry of memories and sorrows, and a prayer for unknown tomorrows. The people remember that they have a job, they have a duty, Ujima, collective work and responsibility. The people remember that freedom had a price. With 40 acres and a mule, a bale of cotton, and a bushel of rice. With a silver dollar and a nugget of gold, and all the fruits and vegetables a wooden cart could hold. The people gathered their wealth like raindrops in a storm cloud and plowed the land to sow a farm, purchased wood to build a store, paved a road to establish a town. From Rosewood, Florida to Greenwood, Oklahoma, from Africatown, Alabama to Freedmen's Village, Virginia, the people carved out a slice of this American pie and had themselves a fine dessert. Sojourner Truth told the people, I sell the shadow to support the substance. Marcus Garvey's Black Star Line brought some of the people back to Africa, this long journey home, a sweet, sweet justice. Madam C.J. Walker became a millionaire when she said to the people, love your hair. Garrett A. Morgan and George Washington Carver invented all the new and different ways the sun could shine, bright or dim, hot or cool, like a bountiful farm with finely tilled soil and a well-oiled city with all its traffic lights turned green. The people's wealth grew, and it reigned freedom. Ujamaa. Cooperative economics. But the people remember that it happened again and again. It was on a day and on a night during winter, spring, summer, and fall, while celebrating a wedding and embracing a new baby, while sending a loved one to distant shores, fighting that other great big war, and while guarding a home from the unwelcoming presence of white hooded strangers. The people remember that it happened again and again. From Birmingham to Little Rock, Selma to Memphis, the people grew weary of the low-hanging strange fruit, lynched fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, cut from those mighty tree branches that were like the arms of ancestors, like the ships, like the ocean, like the land itself, holding, bearing, and protecting. The people remember all those strange, bittersweet fruit whose seeds were buried deep beneath the earth to sprout, to bloom, and to return home soon. There on the streets with picket signs, arm in arm, the people marched to lift every voice and sang the songs of a low, swinging, sweet chariot. Dr. King gathered the people on that great big lawn near that mighty White House and shouted his dream out to the sun where it could be heard even from the depths of the great wide sea. Change filled the air when the people stood one behind the other on lines as long as history to cast their vote, this precious note placed on ballots. There on the sidewalks of Harlem, the Mecca of hope, Malcolm X stood atop his great wooden soapbox and told the people to remember by any means necessary, lest they grow more and more weary. And the brothers and sisters with afros as round as the moon and dashikis colorful like rainbows shouted out loud, "I'm black and I'm proud." With raised fists to demand justice, the people remember that they have a purpose. Nia. Even as Jim Crow's dogs waged war on the people's bodies and fire hoses threatened to wipe them out, the people rose up again and again in every city as Martha and the Vandellas sang, "Dancing in the Street." There was a new sound in town, a drum beat rhythm, a bass guitar, a saxophone, and a trombone pumping music, sweet music, out of Detroit, Michigan. Motown told the people to get down, get down. A little boy named Michael danced and sang his way into the people's hearts, and he and his 4 brothers moved like robots, like dancing machines. Aretha the Soul Queen demanded RESPECT and told the people to rock steady as they steady rocked to Jimi Hendrix's electric guitar, and out of the sky fell the stars, a constellation made of Smokey and Stevie, Diana and Nina, whose Negro spirituals became gospel, became rhythm, became blues. As the mothers and fathers sent their sons to yet another war, the people remember peace as daisies rain from way up high and rainbows arched across the sky. Marvin Gaye asked, "What's going on?" And the people replied by painting this world with blues deeper than the ocean as they swayed to a new rhythm, a funk, a disco, a hip hop, born out of jazz, born out of gumboot dance, born out of djembe drums. There was a new beat on the streets, so Amiri Baraka, Sonia Sanchez, Lucille Clifton, Nikki Giovanni, and Maya Angelou put pen to paper and made their words dance. Here was another chance at freedom, at justice, as the people remember that still, like dust, they rise. The poets and storytellers wove together the pieces of fabric handed down to them like Lanston, Zora, Richard, and Ralph to make themselves a new patchwork quilt. James, Tony, Alice, and Octavia stitched new stories so the people could remember to go tell it on the mountain. That a girl named Pecola wanted blue eyes, a woman named Celie loved the color purple, and that Dana could travel back in time. But out of the rubble of grays and browns was a bass so loud, a groove so smooth, that the people had to get down to the ground on gray concrete, on brown cardboard, as the disc jockey scratched a vinyl record, turning that beat upside down and downside up, sideways, backward, and forward. The people rapped the words as they took apart the beat to dance along the jagged breaks. The Bronx was the place to be, as the walls and subway trains became canvases for masterpieces. The people remember that the beat is from the heart, and out of the heart comes the finest art. Kuumba, creativity. The people's music and dance, art and stories, fashion and poetry cross boundaries and borders, mountains and oceans, valleys and hills, shanty towns and villages. From Tokyo to Johannesburg, Paris to Rio, London to Moscow, the people inspired the world. A new president, Barack Obama, claimed the seat the most powerful in all the land. He demanded change and took a stand. With Michelle, Sasha, and Malia by his side, they were their ancestors' dreams, the people's pride. But the people remember that it happens again and again. A boy and his toy, a teenager on the phone, friends coming home from a party, a girl asking for the right way, their breath and their light taken in just one shot. But the people still remember that with each rising sun is a new day, with each new year is a new dream, a new seed of hope, unearthed, dusted, and polished, the people know that there will be a time of peace. The people will gather the pieces of fabric, cut, torn, shredded, and made unrecognizable by the storms of time, to sew together a tapestry of their stories, one fine quilt, a blanket for the children to keep them warm, protected, and safe. The people remember to always have faith. Imani. Thank you all for listening. I hope you've learned some new things. I hope you also enjoyed seeing Love is Wise's wonderful illustrations.
All right, we have our first live storyteller. How exciting. Welcome, Jackie, and I will get off the screen and give the floor to you.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm going to read a book called The Missing Mitten Mystery. And if any of you have ever lost a mitten, you might be able to relate to this book. Oscar, I lost my other mitten. That makes 5 mittens this winter. I'm in big trouble. Let's search every place we played today. We'll start at the hill where we rode on Ralph's sled. Here's Ralph's boot, but there's no mitten. I'll look around the castles we built with Ralph and Herbie and Ruth. That was fun. Oscar, you found it. Wow, a flying mitten. Oh, it's only a little bird. I wonder if he stole my mitten to make a snuggly nest. No, he's too small to carry off a mitten. But an eagle could do it. Maybe an eagle took my mitten to keep his baby's head warm. Do you think my mitten got tired of being a mitten? Maybe it just slipped off my hand and hopped away. There are no mitten tracks, but there are some mouse tracks heading toward the woodpile. Could that mouse be using my mitten for a sleeping bag? Or maybe he'll wear it next Halloween and be a mitten mummy. Let's go see if I dropped my mitten while we were making the snowman to surprise Miss Seltzer. Miss Seltzer says, I haven't seen your mitten, Annie, but why don't you look in the garden where you were making snow angels? Finding missing mittens is hard work. It would be easier to grow new ones. Let's try planting the other mitten right here in the garden. Next spring, when the snow melts, a little mitten tree might sprout. Miss Seltzer and I would take good care of it all summer long. In the fall, we'd pick the ripe mittens. Then I'd give mittens on Christmas. Look at all those mittens. And mittens on birthdays. And mittens on Valentine's Day. Oscar, it's getting dark and it's starting to rain. We'll never find that mitten. Miss Seltzer says, come inside, Annie. I made some hot chocolate for us, and I've got a biscuit for Oscar. Look, the rain is melting the snowman. But what's that spot on his chest? Gracious, Miss Seltzer says, your snowman has a heart. My mitten is the heart of the snowman. She found her mitten. It's the heart of the snowman. Well, I hope you enjoyed that book. I wish I had a mitten garden and I could grow mittens every year because I lose so many. My next book is called Tacky the Penguin. It's one of my favorites because I love penguins. Tacky the Penguin. There once lived a penguin. His home was a nice icy land he shared with his companions. His companions were named Goodly, Lovely, Angel, Neatly, and Perfect. His name, as we said, was Tacky. Tacky was an odd bird. Every day, Goodly, Lovely, Angel, Neatly, and Perfect greeted each other quietly and politely. Tacky greeted them with a hearty slap on the back and a loud, "What's happening?" Goodly, Lovely, Angel, Neatly, and Perfect always marched. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tacky always marched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 6, 0, 2.5, 0. His companions were graceful divers. Tacky liked to do splashy cannonballs. Goodly, Lovely, Angel, Neatly, and Perfect always sang pretty songs like "Sunrise on the Iceberg." Tacky always sang songs like "How many toes does a fish have?" Tacky was an odd bird. One day, the penguins heard the thump, thump, thump of feet in the distance. This could only mean one thing. Hunters had come. They came with maps and traps and rocks and locks, and they were rough and tough. As the thump, thump, thump grew closer, the penguins could hear the growling voices chanting, "We're gonna catch some pretty penguins and we'll march them with the switch, and we'll sell them for $1 and get rich, rich, rich." Goodly, Lovely, Angel, Neatly, and Perfect ran away in fright. They hid behind a block of ice. Tacky stood alone. The hunters marched right up to him, chanting, "We're going to catch some pretty penguins and we'll march them with the switch and we'll sell them for $1 and get rich, rich, rich." "What's happening?" blared Tacky, giving one hunter an especially hearty slap on the back. They growled, "We're hunting for penguins. That's what's happening." "Penguins?" said Tacky. "Do you mean those birds that march neatly in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 6, 0, 2.5, 0. The hunters looked puzzled. "Do you mean those birds who dive so gracefully?" Tacky said. And he did a splashy cannonball. The hunters looked wet. "Do you mean those birds that sing such pretty songs?" Tacky began to sing, and from behind the block of ice came the voices of his companions, all singing as loudly and dreadfully as they could. How many toes does a fish have and how many wings on a cow? I wonder, yep, I wonder. The hunters could not stand the horrible singing. This could not be the land of the pretty penguins. They ran away with their hands clasped tightly over their ears, leaving behind their maps and traps and rocks and locks, and not looking at all rough and tough. Goodly, lovely, angel, neatly and perfect, hugged Tacky. Tacky was an odd bird, but a very nice bird to have around. Tacky the penguin. Well, I hope you enjoyed that book because I enjoyed reading it. It brought back a lot of memories. And I hope you enjoyed the missing mitten mystery. Have a good day, everyone.
That was excellent. Thank you so much, Jackie. I have to say that Reading Rainbow introduced me to Stephen Kellogg, and I have forever been a fan.
Great. I know the illustrations are amazing.
They're so great.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah,
Hope everyone has
absolutely.
a nice holiday.
You too, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, we have a little bit of a break, about 3 minutes until our next story, which is How to Catch a Yeti, which will also be live and read by me. So I'm excited to read that to you. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes. All right. Are we ready to hear How to Catch a Yeti? might hear some sound effects in the background because I am using Novel Effect. This is a great book to read with that site. So this is How to Catch a Yeti by Adam Wallace and Andy Elkerton. Legend has it, there lives a beast we really want to meet. He's extra huge with snow white fur and giant fuzzy feet. I know the Yeti does exist, and I can prove it too. So with my friends, we'll find him fast before the day is through. Whoa! Look at this giant footprint set in the mountain snow. And there's a trail just up ahead. I wonder where it goes. Is that a Yeti photograph? How'd it get there? Hey, that's the beast we're looking for. This must be his lair. I knew it! I knew it! He does exist! Our Yeti friend is real. And look, just over there. I swear I saw his heel. Can we catch the Yeti? You bet we're gonna try. Our crystal snowflakes might have worked, but the Yeti said, bye-bye. Syrup? Check. Candy? Check. We'll catch the Yeti, no doubt, unless the Yeti's very hungry. Whoops! He got out! He went into that room. We're gonna catch him now. Yep! Where'd he go? That tricky dude! He escaped again! But how? Swoosh! We thought that marbles, sleds, and snow would finally do the trick. But Yeti's moves are off the charts. That dude is really slick. Kapow! Crystal Cave is glowing bright. I love the colored lights. Too bad our bubbles didn't work. We forgot about the stalactites. Grab your gear. We've got this, guys. Don't forget to aim. We finally have a trap to win this Yeti catching game. I thought for sure that this would work, but the Yeti got away. I've got an idea that just can't lose. One more shot. What do you say? Okay, this is our final chance. We haven't caught him yet. Our Yeti Snatcheroo 3000 will catch him no sweat. Our Snatcheroo was just too slow, and Yeti is too fast. Even though we missed our friend, today we had a blast. Thanks for playing, kids, he says. Those traps were so much fun. Please come back and play again. Our friendship's just begun. Come again soon. Legend has it that there's a beast we really want to meet. So grab your friends and set your traps to catch those fuzzy feet. The end. All right. Need to close that. Close that for our next story, which I also really love. It's by the author of the illustrator of the Spiderwick Chronicles, if you've read that series. I really enjoyed that one. It's called The Broken Ornament by Tony D. Terlizzi. Jack wanted this to be the best Christmas ever. I want more decorations, he said. That way Santa will see our house first. His father chuckled. Oh, well, you certainly got that Christmas spirit. But there wasn't enough. Something was missing for Jack. Let's get a bigger tree. The tree is just fine, replied his mother. But Santa needs more room underneath to leave us more presents, said Jack. It was Christmas Eve. The house was decorated, the cookies were baked, and the tree had been trimmed. Yet Jack still felt like something was missing. He ran into the room holding a very dusty old box. Look, I found more ornaments, his father sighed. I think we're finished decorating. Jack opened the box. A lone ornament lay nestled inside. Not that one, his mother said. But Jack didn't listen. The ornament hit the floor, shattering into a million glittery pieces. Jack Michael, look what you've done! It's just a junky old ornament, Jack replied. We'll get another one. No, we can't, his mother said as she went upstairs. Jack's father grabbed a box of tissues and followed her. Jack knelt down, inspected the shards. It was only an accident, he muttered. In a swirl of shimmering frost, a tiny figure formed. Are you my fairy godmother? Jack asked. A bubbly voice replied, Godmother? Oh, no, they don't trust me with a wand. Call me Tinsel. So do you grant wishes? Jack leaned in close. What is it that you wish for? Tinsel replied. A smile curled in the corner of her mouth like a candy cane. I want the best Christmas ever. Well, then let's deck these halls. Tinsel tossed a handful of glitter into the air. Each fleck became a fluffy flake of snow. She shook a sprig of mistletoe, and its pearl berries dropped on the floor. From each berry, an enormous Christmas tree burst through the floorboards. Wow, look at all those trees, even snow too. Can't even see the living room anymore. Tinsel tapped her tinkly bells. The front door flew open. A trio of caroling elves paraded in, followed by a herd of reindeer and an army of nutcrackers and a rowdy bunch of snowmen. More! Jack cheered. Wow, look at all that. It's giving me Jumanji vibes. Is this merry enough? Tinsel asked. Jack's house was the most Christmassy in the whole town, probably even the whole world. But something was still missing. A shiny fragment caught Jack's eye. Tinsel, can you make Mom a new ornament? No can do, Tinsel replied. I can give you every ornament in the North Pole, but it won't replace the one that you broke. Why not? Asked Jack. Tinsel fluttered near a gingerbread house, and it began to glow from within. Take a look, Sugar Plum. Jack peered through the frosting framed window to see a little girl hanging the ornament that he had broken. When she was young, your mother's favorite holiday tradition was trimming the tree with her grandma, said Tinsel. Jack could hear his great-grandmother's voice. I've had these since I was your age. She handed over the box of ornaments. Now they're yours. It was great-grandma's ornament, and I broke it. Jack looked at all the things the fairy had brought. Somehow it was too much, and yet not enough. I wanted this to be the best Christmas ever, and now it's the worst. Can you fix it, Tinsel? There's only one person who can make that kind of Christmas magic, replied Tinsel. Santa? Asked Jack. No, it's you, you silly reindeer. Tinsel tweaked his nose. Like a whoosh of the north wind, an idea rushed into Jack's head. He grabbed pencils, paint, and paper and set off to work. Jack heard his parents' footsteps on the stairs. In the blink of an eye, Tinsel's winter wonderland melted away. Time for bed, Jack. His mother's voice was soft. Santa will be here soon. Wait! I have something for you, Jack said. I'm sorry I broke your ornament. His mother opened her gift. Aw, Jack, what's this? It's your grandma giving you the ornaments. Jack's mother looked closely. But how did you know? Christmas magic, Jack said with a shrug. Oh, Jack, I love it. His mother hung the ornament on the top of the tree. Jack's heart felt so big, no amount of wrapping paper could hide it. Finally, it was the best Christmas ever. For Sophia, who broke the ornament. So the author actually had this happen. So it's based on a true story. So that is the story of the broken ornament. I really love that story, and I hope that you did too. I hope you enjoyed both of those stories. And we have 2 minutes until the next story. See you soon.
Oh, hello there. My name is Dan Hacker, and I am an Instructional Technology Integration Specialist here at OCM BOCES in Syracuse, New York. You know, some stories just have a way of sticking with you. They become more than pages in a book or images on a screen. They become traditions. Today, we are going to meet a character named Buddy. Buddy isn't your average elf. In fact, he's a little different than everyone else at the North Pole. But his heart is huge, and his spirit is impossible to ignore. I'm so excited to share this story with you because, truthfully, it is one of my absolute favorites. Every year, my family and I make time to enjoy Buddy's journey together. It makes us laugh, it makes us smile, and it reminds us what the holiday spirit is really all about. So get comfortable and open your imagination. To help us travel from the North Pole all the way to New York City, we have some magical music performed by the Film Score Symphony. This is Elf, based on the film written by David Birnbaum and illustrated by Kim Smith. Let's go. Take it away, Buddy. This is the story of how Buddy the Elf saved Christmas. It's a story that begins many years ago. One Christmas Eve, Santa Claus slid down the chimney of an orphanage with his sack full of toys. While he was eating some cookies the children had left out for him, a little baby crawled into his sack. On Christmas morning, Santa and his elves were celebrating another successful year of gift-giving when they heard a strange noise coming from the toy sack. It was a baby. One of the older elves adopted the baby and named him Buddy. The code of the elves: treat every day like Christmas. There's room enough for everyone on the nice list. The best way to spread Christmas cheer is singing loud for all to hear. Although Buddy grew up twice as fast, he was no different from the other children, and he had more Christmas spirit than anyone. But it wasn't always easy being a human in an elf's world. Buddy could never make toys as fast as the other elves could. I'm the worst toy maker in the world. I'm a cotton-headed Needy-Muggins. You're not a cotton-headed Needy-Muggins. You're just special. Buddy did his best to fit in, but Papa Elf knew that he had to tell Buddy the truth. Papa Elf told the story of how Buddy had come to the North Pole as a baby. His human father, Walter, never knew that Buddy was born. Walter lived in a magical place called New York City with his family. But that wasn't all. Santa had one more surprising thing to tell Buddy. Your father, he's on the naughty list. No! Some people just lose sight of what's important in life, Santa explained. That doesn't mean he can't find his way again. Maybe all he needs is a little Christmas spirit. Buddy was determined to bring Christmas cheer to his father and to all of New York City if he could. Buddy said goodbye to Santa, the elves, and Papa Elf. He knew they would always be here for him. Bye, Buddy. Hope you find your dad. Buddy traveled through the 7 levels of the candy cane forest, past the sea of swirly, twirly gumdrops, and then he walked through the Lincoln Tunnel. Buddy quickly learned that New York City was truly a magical place. He made new friends. He got his shoe shined. He ran circles through a revolving door. And he played hopscotch on the crosswalk. Finally, Buddy went to see his father, who worked in an office in the Empire State Building. But Buddy's dad didn't want to see him. He didn't believe that Buddy was his son or an elf, and he ordered him to leave. Buddy was beginning to understand why Walter was on the naughty list. Buddy left feeling discouraged, but then he saw something that made him smile. A big store all decked out for Christmas. Inside, a girl named Jovi was decorating a Christmas tree. Buddy was glad to meet another human who shared his appreciation for elf culture. Jovi told him that Santa would be visiting the store the next day.
Buddy was so excited to see Santa again. Buddy stayed up all night decorating the store in preparation for Santa's arrival. But when Santa arrived the next morning, Buddy realized that he was an imposter. "You smell like beef and cheese. You're not the real Santa. You sit on a throne of lies." Buddy ripped off the fake Santa's beard, and all the children screamed. He caused such a ruckus that the store manager called Buddy's dad to pick him up. Buddy met his dad's wife, Emily, and their son, Michael. They were much friendlier than his dad. At dinner, Buddy told his family about the 4 main food groups that elves eat: candy, candy canes, candy corns, and syrup. Buddy had a whole list of things that he wanted to do with his dad. Make snow angels for 2 hours, go ice skating, eat a whole roll of cookie dough as fast as we can, and snuggle. But Buddy's dad didn't want to do any of those things. All he wanted to do was work. So Buddy went to work with his dad. He tried coffee. He helped answer the phones. "Buddy the Elf, what's your favorite color?" And he sorted packages in a shiny mailroom. Buddy hadn't forgotten about Jovi, the girl from the store. On Christmas Eve, they skipped down the sidewalk together. He showed her a sparkly Christmas tree in a shop window. And Jovi showed Buddy the biggest tree in all of New York City. Buddy was so excited that he interrupted a big meeting at his dad's office to tell them about Jovi. I'm in love, and I don't care who knows it." But Buddy's dad didn't want to be interrupted. "Get out!" Buddy was so upset that he decided to run away. He left a note behind. "I'm sorry I ruined your lives and crammed 11 cookies into the VCR. I don't belong here. I don't belong anywhere. I'll never forget you. Love, Buddy." When Michael told his dad that Buddy was missing, Walter felt sorry for yelling at him. He knew what he had to do. Walter's boss didn't want him to leave the meeting, but Walter said that nothing was more important than finding his son. Buddy was on his way out of the city, but then he saw something strange overhead. It was Santa's sleigh, and it was falling from the sky. Buddy found Santa in Central Park. "My sleigh can't fly without Christmas spirit, and there's no Christmas spirit anymore," Santa explained. "I need an elf's help." "But Santa, I'm not an elf," Buddy said. "Buddy, you're more an elf than any I've ever met." Suddenly, Walter and Michael burst through the trees. They had been looking for Buddy all night. "Buddy, I need to apologize to you," Walter said. "You've been right about everything, and I don't want you to leave. You're my son, and I love you." "I love you too, Dad." When Buddy helped Santa fix the sleigh, Walter and Michael joined Emily and Jovi in the crowd outside Central Park. They needed to help people find the Christmas spirit. Jovi remembered something Buddy had told her. The best way to spread Christmas cheer is singing loud for all to hear. One by one, everyone began to sing. "It's working!" Buddy exclaimed. Everyone except for Walter. "Dad, you have to sing!" Finally, Walter joined in. "Santa Claus is coming to town." Just in the nick of time, Santa's sleigh soared into the sky. There was so much Christmas spirit in the air that the sleigh flew all the way to the top of the Empire State Building. The next day was Christmas. It was the best Christmas ever because Buddy got to spend it with the whole family, doing all of his favorite things: singing, giving gifts, and snuggling. And that's the story. With a little bit of help, Buddy the Elf managed to save Christmas. And his spirit saved a lot of other people too. Happy holidays, everyone. Merry Christmas, and have a Happy New Year. See you next year.
The best Diwali ever. The Festival of Lights Diwali is nearly here. Everyone in my family is getting so excited, but nowhere near as excited as me. You see, I have plans to make this year's celebrations extra special. I'll help make the yummy sweets, wear the prettiest clothes ever, decorate the house with lots of diyas, play with my favorite cousins, open holiday presents, stay up late to watch fireworks, and this year I am definitely going to win the Rangoli competition. The only problem is my super annoying little brother Rafi. He's always ruining things, knocking down my building blocks, losing all my puzzle pieces, and scribbling over my best art. And no one does anything about it. Your brother's only 3, Ariana. That's how you were when you were 3. I don't believe them. There's no way I was that annoying. But that's what they always say. On the first day of the festival, I skip down the stairs to help my grandmother make the tasty Indian sweets I love. But Rafi decides to cover the entire kitchen floor with flour. It takes us so long to clean up. The next day, I can't wait to wear my new outfit. Mum bought me this long rainbow skirt. It's the prettiest skirt I've ever seen. But then Rafi gives me a big hug, straight after he's been doing some finger painting. Ah! My brand new Diwali outfit is completely ruined. What a disaster. We go to the temple to say prayers, light diyas, and watch the dancers. While everyone is sitting quietly enjoying the show, Rafi decides to get up and join in the dancing. Right in the middle, with everyone watching. It was so embarrassing. And a little bit funny. Then we go to my cousin's house. We always have so much fun eating and playing together. Rafi spends most of dinner pulling funny faces at everyone, and then he throws his food right into my hair. I'm so mad at him, but I try to forget because, at last, it's time for the school Rangoli competition. For weeks now I've been practicing creating patterns with colored powder, rice, and flowers. This is how my design looks in the end. I really, really, really think it's good enough to win the top prize. Until my brother falls backwards into the powder, rolls over, and smudges the top of my creation, just before the judges see it. I huff and puff, and all I want to do is cry. My annoying little brother has ruined everything. Again. But then the strangest thing happens. Everyone who walks past keeps saying how beautiful my Rangoli is. The judges come over and talk about how unusual it looks, especially the top part, before telling me I've won first prize. I won because of Rafi's oops. As soon as we get home, all our friends and family start arriving for our big Diwali party. The house is soon packed full of people talking and laughing. Rafi is playing in the corner. I go over and give him the biggest big sister hug. We sit there watching everyone have so much fun together. Papa comes over. Come on, Ariana, let's go outside. You don't want to miss out on your favorite part. I grab Rafi's hand and take him with us. We look up just as the rockets shoot off and then burst into round balls of falling stars. The fireworks bang, whiz, pop, crackle. Papa hands me a sparkler. Time to put some gloves on. I think you're old enough now to hold one. I start making magic shapes with it, which makes Rafi smile and clap. Well done, Ariana, my brother shouts, making everyone laugh. That's when I realize Rafi may be annoying, but life is actually way more fun with him around. And he helped make this the best Diwali ever.
Muslim Mummy Reads.
Zahra's Blessing, a Ramadan story, written by Shirin Shamsi. The silver moon hung like a sideways smile. It's the Ramadan moon, Teddy, Zahra whispered. Mama says blessings are all around us during this month. Maybe Ramadan will bring a sister for me, and we'll make crescent cookies together. A prayer rose from Zahra's heart like a sigh and floated up into the starry sky. Can I help? Zahra asked. Sure, Mama said. I'm collecting clothes to donate. But you love that jacket, Zahra said, and my hat from Auntie. You outgrew that hat 2 years ago. Mama said. And there are people who need the jacket more than I do. Baba says we get more blessings when we give, Zahra remembered. Mama smiled. Baba is very wise, but we should give without expecting anything in return. Maybe my Ramadan blessing will be a sister. Insha'Allah, Mama said. We must wait and be patient. Mama, Baba, have you seen Teddy? Zahra asked. Her parents shook their heads. Zahra wilted. Where was Teddy? She searched and searched. If I had a sister, she would help me find Teddy. Night fell and iftar came. Mama prepared all the foods Zahra loved best for breaking the fast. Scrumptious samosas, delicious dates, and refreshing roux afza. I pray I find Teddy, Zahra whispered, and a sister. Her heart fluttered between sadness and hope. The following day, Mama took Zahra with her to volunteer at the shelter. The people here come from other countries where they lost their homes, Mama explained. They are living here for now until the shelter can help them find places to stay. Is that why we gave them our boxes of clothes? Zahra asked. Mama nodded. Zahra's heart hurt from losing Teddy. But the people here had lost everything. Their hearts must be hurting too, Zahra thought. Mama said, Zahra, while I help prepare iftar, I'd like you to meet someone special. This is Halima. Your picture is beautiful, Zahra said shyly. My Baba was an artist, Halima said. Do you want to paint with me? Zahra sat down and Halima showed her how to paint tall mountains, with sunlight dancing over them, like where we used to live, Halima said. After they painted, Halima asked Zahra to read to her. I love stories about wizards and dragons, Halima said. So do I, said Zahra. They read and talked until iftar time. Then they ate together and shared desserts. At last, Mama said, it's time to go home. Halima's eyes held a sadness that was deeper than an ocean. More than ever, Zahra wished that she had Teddy back, so she could give him to Halima. Some days of Ramadan crawled like a snail, while others skipped like a squirrel. There was fasting by day and praying by night. Zahra visited Halima at the shelter. They built big, busy block cities. My mama was an architect, Halima said. Someday I want to build skyscrapers like she did. At night, Zahra still missed Teddy. But now she thought about her new friend too. Finally, it was the night before Eid. That night, Baba and Mama wrapped Zahra into their arms. We have something special to tell you, Baba said. Zahra loved being in the middle of a Mama and Baba sandwich, but not as much as she loved the news Baba whispered in her ear. Eid day dawned dazzling bright. Zahra's dress glimmered and glowed bright as her smile, for she carried a special secret in her heart. Crowds of brightly dressed people gathered in the mosque for Eid prayers and greeted friends. Eid Mubarak! Back at home, Zahra organized and decorated. She took out all her best blocks and dragon books. Will she like it? Zahra wondered. The doorbell rang. Zahra ran to answer it. Welcome home. When Halima unpacked her belongings, Zahra gasped. What? Halima asked. Zahra's heart felt full as she looked from Halima to Teddy. He must have fallen into the clothes donation box all those weeks ago. Zahra smiled. It's just that I've been praying for this for so long. Really? Halima hugged her new sister. Me too. They did not need to search for blessings came from all around. And the silver sliver of moon winked down at them. The end.
Miss Lim, Mommy.
shine. You and me belong together all the time. Every day in lonely dreams sweet, grandma cheers and worries sing. Isn't it so good to be alive? We know that we don't get much, but then again it's just enough to always find a way for a good time. You and me belong together like cold iced tea and warmer weather. When we lay out late underneath the blinds, and we still have fun when the sun won't shine. You and me belong together. Dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a hero. You're as ugly as a cactus, you're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel. You're a monster, Mr. Grinch. Your heart's an empty hole. Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr. Grinch. I wouldn't touch you with a banana and a half a coal. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Once bitten and twice shy, I keep my distance, but you still catch my eye. Tell me, baby, do you recognize me? Well, it's any year, it doesn't surprise me. Merry Christmas, I wrapped it up and sent it with a note saying I love you, I meant it. Now I know what a fool I've been, but if you fooled me now, I know you'll fool me again. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Ready? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw him, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then all the reindeer loved him,
All right, our next story, getting ready to do it. I just need to share my screen. All right, there we go. All right, I love this. Actually, I love this claymation Christmas special that is on every year, but they have made a book out of it, and it is a little bit different. So if you remember that story, then you might see some differences in this story. But this is The Year Without a Santa Claus by Phyllis McGintley and John Manders. It's a bit of a tradition. I usually read this story, so I hope you like it. Have you been told, did you ever hear of the curious, furious, fidgety year when Santa Claus unhitched his sleigh and vowed he was taking a holiday? How did it happen? This way. It was long ago, before you were living. Not yet Christmas, but past Thanksgiving, though I can't give you the very date. Santa got up that morning late, pulled one boot and then its twin, ruffled the whiskers on his chin, and sat back down on the side of the bed. "Great North Star, but I'm tired," he said. "Painting wagons red and bright, sharpening ice skates half the night. Wrapping presents in ribbons and gauze has worn me weary," said Santa Claus. "Crick in my back, cold in my nose, aches in my fingers and all 10 toes, and a sort of kind of a kink inside when I think of that Christmas ride." Into his workroom limped the saint. He sniffed the varnish, he smelled the paint, and a reeling feeling came over him, stealing to see things crammed from floor to ceiling. Rocking horses with shaggy manes, balls, dolls, electric chains, gloves, mitts, doctor's kits, rubber boots, cowboy suits, kites for flying in parks, bicycles, Noah's Arks, and he started to shake and he started to shiver at the thought of the load that he must soon deliver. And he sighed, "Oh dear," as he buttoned his vest. "I wish just 1 year I could take a rest." When the words were out, and he stood stock still, and then he whispered, "I think I will. I will," he cried with his eyes ablaze. "Everyone else gets a holiday. Sailors and tailors and cooks do. Policemen and writers of books do. Tamers of lions and shepherds and leopards, preachers and teachers and shepherds, watchmen, Scotsmen, Spaniards, Turks, butchers and bakers and grocery store clerks. They take time off as Christmas nears, all except me. So it appears that saint or not, it's time I got my first vacation in 1,000 years." Out in the stable, nuzzling hay, the reindeer dreamed of Christmas Day. But Santa phoned to the reindeer groom. "Hang up the harness in the big storeroom," he called to his elves. He told each gnome, "Cover up the shelves, we're staying home." "What? Cover the shelves?" cried gnomes and elves. "Cover the dolls and electric trains, and the rocking horses with shaggy manes, and the rubber boots for splashing in parks, and the cowboy suits, and the Noah's Arks. Alas, alack! For they couldn't believe he wouldn't go riding on Christmas Eve.
Put 'em away, roared Santa, vexed. This year's presents will do for the next. Warn the people, tell the papers. I'm much too tired for Christmas capers. Crick in my back, a cold that lingers, aches in my toes and all 10 fingers. A bit of lumago, touch of gout. Climbing down chimneys is simply out. I may be the saint of the children's nation, but this is the year of my first vacation.
Santa says too tired, not coming. Well, you can imagine more or less what happened when that news reached the press. Headlines screamed, wires went humming.
Santa says too tired, not coming.
And as the word flashed far and wide, you should have heard how the children cried. So violently they sobbed their grief, the shops ran out of handkerchiefs. Their tears filled up the kitchen sinks and cellars and empty skating rinks. They wept in school, at play they wept, they dampened their pillows while they slept. Before those darlings' eyes got drier, all the rivers rose 3 feet higher. And I don't know what would have happened quite, except for Ignatius Thistlewhite. Ignatius Thistlewhite was a boy in Texas, or was it Illinois? 6 years old, but brave for his years. He sobbed no sobs, he wept no tears, but he stood up tall in his class and to say, Santa deserves a holiday. Oh, no, came the children's plaint. What is Christmas without our saint? Shucks now, fellows. Gosh, good gracious, Christmas is Christmas, cried Ignatius. And everyone tells me whom I've met, it's a day to give as well as to get. Since all these years in the children's cause, Santa's been giving without one pause. Let's pull together in the Christmas weather and give this year to Santa Claus. Hooray! His classmates said. He's right! 3 cheers for Ignatius Thistlewhite. Fast as a hurricane, children hurried that happy message around the world, over each continent, isle, and isthmus. Let's give Santa a Merry Christmas. With snow, the earth was already whitening, but they rolled up their sleeves and worked like lightning. They opened their piggy banks, racked their brains. They charted buses and special trains, and ships and sledges and hydroplanes. To reach the pole by the 24th was their goal. East, south, west, north came gifts and gifts and gifts to spare from clever children everywhere. Slippers with zippers to zip on, soap for his bath or to slip on, geraniums pink in a pot, one guppy, a puppy named Spot, Bosom pillows, strawberry jam, dressing gowns with his monogram, 10 harmonicas for him to play on, hand-painted pictures done in crayon, mufflers, pipes, an easy chair, and lots of winter underwear. In New York State, a boy called Pudge cooked him a plate of homemade fudge, and a little girl, Guides of Britain, each made him a scarlet mitten, while a boy in Siam sent a Siamese kitten. They sent him lemon drops by the carton, ashtrays modeled in kindergarten, jackknives, pen wipes, cakes and crullers, and magic pencils that wrote in 3 colors. Tots, who hadn't a penny to spend, wrote him letters signed a friend. And they had more fun that strange December, they said, than any they could remember. Up at the pole, in the fragrant hay, the idle reindeer dreamed at play. Comet nickered for oats and corn. Dancer brandished his velvet horn. While sadly, sorrowly lounged at home each idle elf and gnome, Santa sat poking the fire and blinking, but nobody knew what he was thinking. Then suddenly from the sky there came the sounds of planes. He heard the hoot and the cry of ships and special trains. Noel! Tooted the sledges. Honk! The buses cried. And out of his study window, Santa put his head. He looked to the left. He stared to the right. He didn't trust his own eyesight. So many, so merry, so more and more packages were rolling to his front door. Smack at his doorsill they thundered. 1,000,000, 1,000, 100. Flat ones and fat ones and lean ones and crimson and silver and green ones, broad ones, odd ones, plain romantic ones, little and big and great gigantic ones, parcels from London, Rome, Atlanta, and each addressed alike to Santa. Atop them all a banner glinted where Ignatius Thistlewhite had printed these words: Good luck and holiday mirth from all the children upon the earth. With toots and hoots and honks light-hearted, the buses turned and the trains departed, leaving the saint surrounded by parcels piled to the polar sky. Santa was silent for a minute. His eye looked bright, but a tear stood in it. Then he blew his nose like a trumpet blast. God bless my soul, he said at last. By my maps and charts, I didn't know children had such glad hearts. How could a man feel gladder, prouder? He turned to his staff, and his voice got louder. Gnomes, elves, every mother's son, don't stand staring. There's work to be done. Bring in the barrels, fetch in the boxes, carry in those packages, and don't break one. Where to put them? There wasn't space. In parlor or study or any place. They overflowed bureau, couch, and table, filled the house, the shed, the stable, slid from mantels, jammed the casement, budged from attic, and burst from basement. There's nothing to do, exclaimed the elves, except to empty some workshop shelves. Off the shelves, then Santa's forces whisked the painted rocking horses. When the presents wouldn't fit, down came kite and doctor's kit. Still, there wasn't room for all, so they went basketballs, cowboy suit, rubber boots, bicycle, and talking doll. Till by the time that twilight reigned, not a single toy on the shelves remained. All were sacked and packed away in the one place left, the Christmas sleigh. Then Santa gazed from floor to rafter, gave his mightiest shouts of laughter, laughed loud, ho, 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 laughed vast, ha, ha, ha. What a joke, he chortled, on Santa Claus. You might as well phone the reindeer groom to take down the harness in the big storeroom. Get me my gloves, the robe for my lap, and my coat and my warmest stocking cap. There sits the sleigh with the toys inside, and what can I do but ride? What about your gout? The gnomes cried out. What about your aches and the crick in your spine? Pooh! Laughed Santa. My back feels fine. Never felt younger. Never felt stronger. Haven't got a symptom any longer. Before the midnight bells go chime, I'd like to do my chimney climbing. So harness the reindeer, let 'em rip. It's time for my favorite trip. With flurry and scurry and chatter and hurry, they brought him his cap and his lap rope furry. They roused up Cupid, they rubbed down Vixen, they polished the bells on Donner and Blitzen. There were cheers from the gnomes and the elves' applause. Then off through the night flew Santa Claus. And I've heard the old people often say there never was a Christmas day, never such a joy after Santa swirled from rooftop to rooftop around the world. While at the home of a sleepy boy in Texas, or was it Illinois? A special letter was left that night addressed to Ignatius Thistlewhite. It was clipped to the handlebars like a medal of the best two-wheeler a boy could pedal. Dear Sir, was written in Santa's hand.
Please thank the children in every land. Tell them I'll take good care, I hope, of the guppy and the puppy and the slippery soap. I like my pipes. I love my chair. I do appreciate the underwear. And I pledge this promise on my sled and pack. Year after year, I'll be coming back. Vacations, I guess, weren't meant for me. I'll never want another one. Yours, SC.
And that's one reason you may believe why children are merry on Christmas Eve. You know yourself, if you hang your stocking, it doesn't matter if the winds are knocking. Though the storms may fall heavy, though the great gale roars, but nobody else would budge outdoors. Snug in your bed while the tempest drums, you can count your blessings on fingers and thumbs. For faithfully, newly, faithfully, truly, somehow Santa Claus always comes. The end. The other book that I have for you is called Albert's Christmas, and it's actually out of print now, but it's one of my favorite stories that I would read to my students when I was in the elementary library. It's by Leslie Tryon. Albert, Pleasant Valley. It's a secret. Dear Albert, I'll be touching down on Christmas Eve, and I look forward to my Pleasant Valley stop. As always, will you be able to find some helpers? I'm sure they know that they must keep this a secret. I'll be counting on you and your crew. Fly that PV flag. K. Kringle. Does anybody know who that is? We'll have to find out. Ever so quietly, rise from your sleep. Don't make a sound. Not even a peep. Your ride is waiting. I know the way. The moon is bright as a Christmas day. Oops. There's work to be done. We've got to hurry. So hang on tight and please don't worry. He'll circle in low. We'll just look for the light. Red and green twinkling, stars in the night. Sing, Kringle-o, jingle-o, jolly ho-ho-ho. I've got a secret that you will soon know. Up in the hills, there's a place we will go to help with this landing by shouting out, whoa! Did you guess that it was Santa Claus? A blizzard kicks up as they screech into place at the very first pit stop in Santa's big race. If you're ready, helpers, I'll start the clock. 12 minutes and counting. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Welcome, dear Santa, on behalf of the crew. We offer this gift made especially for you. First, get the reindeer their bags of gruel and jack up the sleigh while they refuel. Tiptoe across their sleek harnessed backs, then rub their antlers with flying wax. Did you know that reindeer use flying wax? I didn't. That's kind of cool. Scrape the runners, position the block. 10 minutes to go. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Comb through his eyebrows, his beard, and his hair. That sleeve is in need of a little repair. His tummy is grumbling. It's time for a snack. He needs extra strength to lift that huge sack. His lunch pail is empty. Be sure to restock. Just 8 minutes left. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Quick! Buff the bell, his boots and his buckle, while I tickle his belly to check out his chuckle. Squeegee the windshield, make it all clear. He must see every last chimney down here. With all this stardust, there's really no way he could ever see past the hood of his sleigh. Now lower the jack, pull out the block. 6 minutes to go. Tick-tock, tick-tock. 32 hooves. Let's see some action. Fill them up rough to create better. File them up rough to create better traction. Study the star map with all the reindeer, and then with their gift-giving charioteer. Get ready to take off. I'll fix the windsock. 4 minutes remaining. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Remove all the feed bags. Roll up the map. Tighten the seatbelt across Santa's lap. The reindeer are restless and ready to fly. They're scratching for something up in the sky. They're searching and searching. Toss Santa's cap. Watch out, clear the dock. 2 minutes to lift off. Tick-tock, tick-tock. We're down to 5 seconds. All systems are go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. First, a crunching of hooves in the snow, when the trembling of bells and a jolly "Let's go!" As the reindeer and sleigh rise into the glow, Santa looks back. Thank you, helpers. Ho, ho, ho. The moon casts a beam that touches the sleigh. Then a whirlwind of stars lifts them up, up, and away. Gone! Now our hoofbeats are all we can hear. No hooves, no sleigh bells, no cries of good cheer. A shiver of snow air tickles our skin. It's time we were home in our beds, all tucked in. While Santa is racing away towards the west, his helpers can all get a good night's rest. Shh, whisper, kringle, oh, jolly, ho, ho, ho. We'll sleep with a secret that only we know. All helpers are special in Santa's kind eyes, so he rewards each with a special surprise. Are you a helper? Then this much I can say, you'll find a surprise on Christmas Day. I hope you enjoyed those 2 stories. I enjoyed reading them to you. So our next story will come up at 10:40, so in 3 minutes. See you soon.
Wiley and the Hairy Man by Judy Sierra, illustrated by Brian Picknicky. A boy named Wiley lived with his mama in a cabin down by the edge of the swamp. One night, Wiley's daddy fell off a ferry boat and no one could find hide nor hair of him anywhere. Folks whispered that the hairy man must have carried him off. When they heard someone laughing way back in the trees, "That's the hairy man for sure," the folks agreed, and they stopped looking for Wiley's daddy. "You be careful, Wiley," said Wiley's mama. "The hairy man got your daddy, and he'll get you too if you don't watch out." "Don't worry, Mama," Wiley said. "I'll take my hound dogs everywhere I go. The hairy man can't stand hound dogs." Wiley's mama smiled because she knew that that was true. Wiley's mama knew lots of things, like conjure magic. One day, Wiley went out to gather kindling wood for the fire. and he left his hound dogs tied up on the porch. He couldn't find much wood, so he kept walking deeper and deeper into the swamp. Everything was still and quiet, and Wiley felt a chill climb up the back of his neck. He turned around real quick and saw a man coming towards him through the trees, grinning. The man sure was ugly, and that grin didn't help much. He was hairy all over, and his eyes glowed red. "Hello, Wiley," the man said. "Don't you look at me like that, Mr. Hairy Man," said Wiley. He glanced down and saw that the hairy man didn't have feet like a person. He had feet like a cow. Now Wiley reckoned that he had never seen a cow climb up a tree, so straight away he shimmied up the nearest bay tree. "You come down here, Wiley," shouted the hairy man. "You come up and get me," Wiley shouted back. The hairy man just grinned, and drool rolled off his long yellow teeth. "No, thank you, Wiley. I'll just wait here until you get tired or hungry." Wiley thought about that. Hairy man down there on the ground, and he thought about his hound dogs back home, and he came up with a plan. "Mr. Hairy Man, I hear you know conjure magic." "I'm the best conjure man in the county," the hairy man boasted. "I bet you can't make something just disappear," said Wiley. "Something like that bird's nest sitting there at the end of the branch?" the hairy man asked. "Now it's disappeared." Wiley looked at the empty branch. "Well, how do I know that bird's nest was there in the first place? I bet you can't make something I know is there disappear." "Ha ha ha!" chuckled the hairy man. "Where's your shirt?" Wiley looked down, and his shirt was gone. "Ah, that was just a plain ordinary everyday shirt," Wiley said. "But I bet you can't make this disappear." And he pointed to the rope that was holding up his breeches. "This rope is special because my mama used conjure on it. No one can make my mama's magic conjure rope disappear." "Shucks! I can make every piece of rope in this county disappear." Then the hairy man roared out, "Every rope in your county has gone disappeared." Wiley held tight to his breeches to keep them from falling down, and he laughed because the hairy man had done just what he wanted him to do. "Yes, sir, you are a mighty good conjure man," said Wiley. He took a deep breath, and he called out, "Here, dogs! Here, dogs! Here, dogs!" There was the sound of hound dogs yelping and barking, coming closer and closer. That old hairy man took off into the swamp lickety-split. Wiley ran home and told his mama what had happened. "Wiley," she said, "you fooled the hairy man one time, and that's good. If you can fool him twice more, he will be bound to stay away from you for good and forever." "I hope I never see that hairy man again with his ugly hair and his slobbering grin." "Tell me, Wiley, was he carrying a sack?" Wiley's mama asked. "Yes, Mama, a big croaker sack." Wiley's mama smiled. "I just thought of a way for you to put the hairy man in the dirt." "If I put him in the dirt, he'll surely put me in his croaker sack." "Listen to me," said his mama. "Go into the swamp tomorrow and leave your dogs here at home. When you see the hairy man, tell him he can't change himself into some great big animal. If you say he can't do something, he'll do it for sure. Then tell him he can't turn into some small, slow animal, and he'll do that too. And when he does, shove that hairy man slam bam thank you ma'am into that croaker sack. Then I can cause him in the river with the croaker fish," laughed Wiley. The next morning, Wiley shut his dogs into the cabin and walked off towards the swamp, whistling all the way to keep up his courage. He hadn't gone far when he got that same creepy feeling on the back of his neck. The next instant, the hairy man stepped from behind a tree and stood right in front of him. "Hello there, Wiley!" "Hello there, hairy man," said Wiley. "What have you got there in that croaker sack?" "I ain't got nothing yet," the hairy man grunted, and he laid the sack down at the ground next to him. "Mr. Hairy Man," Wiley said, "I can hear you can change yourself into any animal you want to." "You hear right," said the hairy man, and he was grinning real big and drooling something fierce. "You can't change into a great big animal like a bear," said Wiley. The hairy man spun around, and there stood a huge, hairy bear. And that bear was just smiling and drooling and looking straight at Wiley. That's pretty good," said Wiley, "but you can't change into an alligator." The bear whirled around, and 2 seconds later, Wiley was staring straight into the teeth of an alligator's mouth, full of slobbery yellow teeth. "You sure are good conjure man," said Wiley, "but you can't change yourself into a little bitty possum." The alligator twisted and turned, and when the dust settled, there was a tiny possum crawling in the dirt. Wiley grabbed the possum and slammed it into the croaker sack. He tied it up real tight and went and threw it in the river. Wiley started off for home, feeling mighty proud of himself, but then he heard the hairy man's voice rising out of the swamp. "Wiley! Wiley, I'm coming to get you tonight!" Wiley ran as fast as his legs could carry him. "I did exactly what you said," he told his mama. "But the hairy man got out of the sack, and he says he's coming here tonight to get me." "Why, that hairy man must have conjured up the wind to blow himself out of that sack," said Wiley's mama. "But still, you did fool him a second time." Then she sat in her rocking chair and rocked and studied how they could play the hairy man one more trick. In the meantime, Wiley ran around and did everything he could think of to keep the hairy man from coming inside the cabin. He tied one of his hound dogs on the front porch and one out the back. He closed the shutters and set up a broom handle across the window, because no evil thing can step over a broom handle. He built a big fire in the fireplace in case the hairy man had a mind to come down the chimney. Finally, his mama stopped rocking and said, "Run out to the barn, Wiley, and bring me one of those newborn baby pigs." As Wiley was going to the barn, a peculiar animal, sort of like a boar, only twice as big, ran by. One of Wiley's hound dogs broke loose and chased after it. Then, when Wiley was coming back from the barn with the baby pig in his arms, another animal, big as a horse with a long horn growing out from its nose, ran by. Wiley's other dog broke away and tore off after it and disappeared. Wiley slammed the door of the cabin behind him and shut the latch tight. "Put the pig in your bed, Wiley, and heap up all the covers on top of it," said his mama. So Wiley did that, and he was pulling the covers over the pig. He got a creepy feeling up around the back of his neck. There was a scraping against the wall of the cabin, then a noise of footsteps on the roof. Only it didn't sound like a regular person's footsteps. "Oh! Oh! Oh! That's hot!" the hairy man hollered. He started cursing something fierce, and the whole cabin shook so hard Wiley thought it would fall down around him. Soon there was a knock on the door. "Quick, scoot up to the loft where he can't see you," Wiley's mama whispered, and then he was out of sight. She opened the door. "Mama!" the hairy man hollered out. "I done come get your youngin'." "Well, you can't have him," said Wiley's mama. "Then I'll bite you and I'll poison you," shouted. I'll bite you and I'll poison you right back. Come here, I'll set your house on fire with lightning. I've got plenty of sweet milk to put out the fire, said Wiley's mama. Come over, I'll dry up your spring, make your cow go dry, and send 1,000,000 boll weevils out of the ground to eat up your cotton. Hey man, you wouldn't do all that, would you? That's mighty mean. I'm a mighty mean man. If I give you my baby, will you go on away from here and leave everything else alone and never come back? Wiley's mama asked. I swear that's what I'd do if you give me a baby. She opened the door wide and let the hairy man into the cabin. He's over there on the bed, she said. The hairy man crossed over the bed and snatched off the covers. Hey! He hollered. There ain't nothing here but a little baby pig. Did I say what kind of baby I was giving you? Asked Wiley's mama. That pig sure is a baby, and he belongs to me before I gave him to you. The hairy man yelled, gnashed his teeth, stomped all over the cabin. He grabbed that baby pig and stormed out the door into the swamp, knocking down trees as he ran. Wiley came down from the loft and looked at the cabin door. It seemed as if a tornado had just passed by. He called and called till his hound dogs were home safe. Then he went inside and grabbed his mama. They sashayed and spun around the cabin and whooped and hollered. We did it, Mama, said Wiley. We fooled him 3 times. As long as they lived, and that was a long, long time, the hairy man never did bother Wiley or his mama ever again. And they lived happily ever after. The end.
Yetis are the worst. Written and illustrated by Alex Willen. Psst! Over here! Did you know that we goblins can be quite secretive? We pop up in unexpected places. We lurk in the shadows. We are masters of disguise. It's me, Gilbert. And yet, people seem to be intrigued by one curious creature more than any other. Yetis. How many are there? Who do they answer to? Yeti plus hair dye equals Bigfoot? Is Chicken in on it? What isn't he telling me? Do they make snow? Are they made of snow? Now, I know what you're going to say. Yetis are so cool and mysterious, etc., etc. But plenty of things are just as mysterious as Yetis. Like the Tooth Fairy. What does she do with all those teeth? Gnomes? How do they keep their hats so pointy? Peanut butter and banana sandwiches? Bread plus peanuts plus bananas equals deliciousness. Why are they so tasty? And of course, goblins. How are they so clever? How are they always so fashionable? What secrets lie behind those enchanting eyes? There is no way that Yetis are more mysterious than goblins, and I'm going to prove it. The only reason that people think Yetis are mysterious is because no one has ever seen one. So that's what I'm going to do. I am going to find a Yeti and take their picture, thus proving that there's nothing mysterious about these fluffy, mountain-dwelling behemoths.
Look at that. Mere minutes into my search, and I have already spotted a Yeti. And now to capture it on film. Proof of the so-called mysterious shrubbery? Okay, so that wasn't a Yeti, not a problem. There's bound to be one around here somewhere. I just need to go farther up the mountain. Aha! Now that is definitely a Yeti. At long last, everyone will know the truth about an ice-carving bunny? That's fine. I'm not upset. Tired? Sure. Freezing? Absolutely. But I am not leaving this mountain until I have found an actual Yeti. So that people far and wide will finally know the truth about the very boring creature that is a polar bear getting a makeover? A meditating mountain goat? A snowboarding unicorn in a puffy coat? That's it. I give up. Why is it so hard to find one single Yeti on this whole mountain? Just one Yeti. Is that too much to ask? Apparently, it is. It is too much to ask. And do you know why? Because Yetis are the worst! Uh-oh. Avalanche! Run for your lives! Oof! Like I said, Yetis aren't so mysterious. They're just a little shy. Until they're not.
The Worst, written by Alex Willen. You know, goblins are an important part of many celebrations throughout the year, like Pigeon Plucking Day, the Great Sock Slug Race, and of course, Taco Tuesdays. But there is one group of magical creatures that hogs all the holiday spotlight. Elves. Now, I know what you're going to say. Elves are so hardworking and so perfect. Ho, ho, hogwash. We goblins are just as hardworking as any elf. Why, just today I watered all my plants, caught up on some knitting, and made another attempt at perfecting my brambleberry pie recipe. And I still had time to develop a new spell that turns candy canes into kitty canes. Don't tell anyone, but the magic word is ooble-kadooble. Meanwhile, elves spend all their time hanging out inside trees baking cookies, or pouring bowl after bowl of the world's loudest cereal, or lounging around all day on various shelves. Goblins can sit on shelves. In my defense, that shelf was not structurally sound. And don't even get me started on the elves at Santa's workshop. First of all, I think it's pretty clear that they copied my style.
elves and goblins. Similar hats. Who puts bells on a hat? Pointy ears. Noses are overrated. 2 eyes. Colorful smock. Striped leggings are so last year. Stylish accent color. What's with the curly shoes? Do they have curly toes? So what if they are always having epic slumber parties? Chicken and I have slumber parties, and while Chicken might get a little too competitive at pillow fighting, we do look awfully cool in our matching PJs. I mean, how hard is it to be one of Santa's elves? If you think that a bunch of elves are so perfect, just wait till you see what one amazing goblin can do. Welcome to the North Pole. Step 1. Look after a few flying reindeer. Step 2. Wrap a few boxes. Okay, that could have gone better, but I think I'll more than prove myself in the third and most important step, making the perfect toy. See, it's as easy as could... Wait a minute. My hammer! My collar! Oh no! I'm going down. Oobaka-dooble! Okay, so maybe an elf's job is harder than it looks. And it turns out, they aren't perfect. They are just really good at working together as a team. Now that's more like it. We even teamed up together to work on my brambleberry pie recipe, which in the end turned out to be perfect for sharing. Who cares if I wasn't great at the whole toy making thing? I don't even like toys that much anyway. To our honorary elf, keep up the hard work. Merry Christmas from the elves. P.S. We just love the kitty canes. On second thought...
Merry Christmas. Ho, 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 ho,
A Dragon for Hanukkah by Sarah Milnowski. On the first night of Hanukkah, my parents gave me a dragon. I named him Neri and let him sleep on my pillow. On the second night of Hanukkah, my booby gave me a rainbow. It burst from my room, spilled down the stairs, zoomed the kitchen, and bounced out the back door. On the third night of Hanukkah, my aunt gave me a treasure chest. It overflowed with gold coins and rubies the size of potatoes. On the fourth night of Hanukkah, my best friend gave me a merry-go-round. We rode it once, twice, 5 more times, then belly-flopped on the ground to stop the spinning. On the fifth night of Hanukkah, my cousin gave me a time travel machine. We went back 2,000 years to meet the Maccabees. On the sixth night of Hanukkah, my Zadie gave me rocket boots. Neri and I flew through the sky and boogied with the stars. On the seventh night of Hanukkah, my little brother gave me a unicorn. No, wait, he gave me 3 unicorns. They had a lot of energy. The baby unicorn was not a good listener. On the 8th night of Hanukkah, tonight, it's my turn to give gifts. I am mixing up a tasty treat. Ready in 2, Ready in 1. Done. Now back to my room for more fun. Hannah, everyone will be here soon. Have you cleaned up? Time to nap, Neri. Stay right here, Rainbow. Merry-go-round, take a rest. Hang out here with treasure chest. More tonight, Maccabees. Race you back, rockaboots. 1 unicorn, 2 unicorns. Come on, baby unicorn. Come on. Sit. Stay. Good boy. And because it's time for giving, these toys go in the donation box. Together we sing songs, play dreidel, and eat latkes, the tasty treat I made. Which makes this last night, the 8th night, the most magical night of Hanukkah. I have so many questions. What is Hanukkah? A Jewish holiday, also known as the Festival of Lights. Why is it 8 nights? A long time ago, a king named Antiochus wouldn't let Jewish people practice their religion, but a group called the Maccabees fought, won, and took back the Holy Temple. When they lit the temple's oil lamp, there was only enough oil for 1 night, but it lasted for 8 nights. Because of this miracle, we celebrate for 8 nights. Why did you name me Neri? Ner is the Hebrew word for candle, lamp, or light. Can you please teach me how to play dreidel? Of course. Zadie, my grandpa, taught me. A dreidel is a spinning toy with 4 sides. On each side, there's a Hebrew letter. Nun, Gimel, Hey, and Shin, which stands for a great miracle happened there. To play, everyone puts 1 piece of chocolate gelt, coins, in the middle. Then each person spins the dreidel. If it lands on Shin, put in 1 more chocolate coin. Gimel, get everything from the middle. Hey, take half. None, get nothing. If the middle is empty, start over and keep playing until someone wins all the chocolate. Booby, my grandma, usually wins. Do all families give 8 gifts on Hanukkah? Families have all kinds of traditions. If they give gifts, some give a gift every night, while others give 1 gift on the first or last night. Traditional Hanukkah gifts include dreidels, coins, chocolate or real, giving to charity, known in Hebrew as tzedakah, and of course, books. What are latkes? Can I have one? Latkes are potato pancakes fried in oil. My parents always help me make them. Latkes can be served with applesauce, sour cream, or my favorite, both. Some families eat jelly donuts on Hanukkah too. It's traditional to eat foods fried in oil because of the miracle of the oil. And yes, here you go. Can I have another one? Of course. 1 more? Nary, I don't want you to get a tummy ache. Last one, I promise. The end.
A Loud Winter's Nap, written and illustrated by Katie Hudson. Tortoise had just snuggled in for his long winter nap when do not disturb until spring. Tweet, 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 tweet. Hello there, Tortoise, chirped Robin. Would you like to join our singing class? No, grumbled Tortoise. I was trying to sleep. Tortoises don't like winter. Why not? Chirped Robin. They just don't, said Tortoise, and he packed up and left in search of a quieter home. Tortoise snuggled down in his new bed. He was just about to close his eyes when tap, 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 tap. Hiya, Tortoise. Would you like to make some ice sculptures with me? Asked Rabbit. No, groaned Tortoise. I was trying to sleep. Tortoises don't like winter. Why not? Asked Rabbit. They just don't, said Tortoise, and he packed up again. Tortoise trudged through the snow and found a new napping spot. Again, Tortoise snuggled down in his new bed. He was just about to close his eyes when... Thud, pat, thud. Splat! Hey, Tortoise, would you like to play in our snowball fight? Asked Squirrel. No, Tortoise said angrily. I'm trying to sleep. Tortoises don't like winter. Why not? Asked Squirrel. They just don't, groaned Tortoise. Why would anyone want to stay awake for winter? Grumbled Tortoise. He was tired and cold and needed to find a quieter place to sleep. Tortoise decided to move to higher ground. Again, Tortoise snuggled down in his new bed. He was just about to close his eyes when... Oh no! Cried Tortoise. I do not like winter, Tortoise said. Tortoise hiked up a big snowy hill. Behind a small tree, Tortoise found a flat piece of wood. It was the perfect place for napping. He snuggled down in his new bed and was about to close his eyes when... Whoosh! As Tortoise whizzed along, he couldn't help smiling. Maybe winter isn't so bad, he thought. And as he flew off his sled and through the air, he couldn't help giggling. Maybe winter is more than cold and snow, he thought. And as he slid across the ice, he realized he had been wrong. Whee! That night, Tortoise skated, slid, and spun with his friends late into the night. He wasn't tired or cold. Maybe some tortoises could like winter after all.
All right, those were some great stories. We actually have another live storyteller that's going to be starting at 11:15 that we're really excited. So I'm going to bring her on the stage.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Can't hear you. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. I'm going to go off the stage and the floor is yours.
Sounds great. We are going to read the story called Twinkle, Twinkle, Winter Night. Twinkle, twinkle, winter night, everywhere you look, there's light. Come along to see the show. Nightfall sets the world aglow. Rising slowly overhead, moon tucks daylight into bed. In the quiet, calm and clear, sky sparkles like a chandelier. Shimmer, glimmer, glowing light, twinkle, twinkle, winter night. Snowflakes join the soundless show, hushing up the world below, dusting glitter on earth's face, dressing trees in coats of lace. Peaceful, perfect, silent, white. Twinkle, twinkle, winter night. More magic lies just further on, only seen from dusk until dawn. From quiet wood to busy town, look up, look down, look all around. Houses wear their very best, each one different from the rest. Some have brilliant colored lights, others creamy, dreamy whites. Beaming, gleaming, lively sight. Twinkle, twinkle, winter night. Pathways beckon bright and bold. Windows wink with eyes of gold. A candle here, 8 more there, for all to see and all to share. Darkness, dazzle, warmth, delight. Twinkle, twinkle, winter night. Now off to cozy beds to sleep, bundled, burrowed, snug, and deep. The feathered, furry, tall and small, sweet dreams of light to one and all. Magic, wonder, beauty, bright, twinkle right on through the night. Twinkle, twinkle, winter night, everywhere you look, there's light. Okay, and our next story is called Hanukkah Pajamakas. It was the first night of Hanukkah, and Ruthie couldn't wait to celebrate. She tore open her Hanukkah present and squealed in delight. Pajamakas! You can wear them to the Hanukkah pajamaka party, Ruthie's dad said, ruffling her hair. But I want to wear my Hanukkah pajamakas all 8 nights. Well, okay, Ruthie's mom said. Just make sure you keep them spotless for the party. I'll be very careful, Ruthie promised as she headed to the kitchen. Her little sister, Sarah, raced ahead. Let's make latkes. Ruthie grated onions and potatoes, sprinkled salt, and even flipped and fried. Golden latkes sizzled in the pan. Ruthie taste tested bite after bite. Kerr splat. Uh-oh. Those are just streaks, Ruthie said with a wipe. My Hanukkah pajamakas are still spotless. On the second night, when it came time to recite the prayers, Ruthie took safety measures. She held the shamash and lit the first candle. Drip. Just a splotch, Ruthie said. My Hanukkah pajamakas are still spotless. On the third night, Ruthie wrapped gifts and hired a guard dog. Patches will protect my pajamas, but an unexpected game of chase turned into trouble. Crinkle. That's definitely not a spot, said Ruthie, scratching at the strips of tape. On the fourth night, Ruthie's family stopped by her cousin Jake's house for fried donuts and soccer. Staying spotless would be easy. But when she leaped before looking, Ruthie ended up covered. Squish! Ooey gooey. She licked her fingers. But my Hanukkah pajamas are still spotless. On the fifth night of Hanukkah, Ruthie had another idea. She and Sarah crafted holiday placemats. I've got this covered. But the hoodie made it hard to see. Floof! Dad groaned. Glitter never comes off. Ruthie grinned. Sparkly, not spotty. On the sixth night of Hanukkah, Ruthie got gimmels and chocolate gelt and twirled like a top. My Hanukkah pajamas are still spot-free. Crash. Uh-oh. Splash. As Ruthie got ready for bed, she saw streaks and splotches, sparkles and squishes, but no spots. If the oil could last 8 nights, so could her Hanukkah pajamas. But night 7 didn't go exactly as planned. The holiday sing-along got sloppy, and the make-your-own menorahs were a mistake. Splish! Squelch! No spots here. On the last night of Hanukkah, everyone got dressed for the family pajama party. Mom and Dad looked at Ruthie's pajamas. Oh my, Mom said. It's a miracle those pajamas made it through all 8 nights. Dad chuckled. But I see spots. Dotted, not spotted, Ruthie smiled. Family trickled in. Everyone listened to music, ate latkes, and played games. Then it was time for the family pajama photo. One last spin, said Ruthie. Whoops! There were spills, splatters, plops and globs, smudges and smears, sparkles and my Hanukkah pajamas are finally spotted, Ruthie laughed. It really is a Hanukkah miracle. The end. I think we have time for one more. This one is called Meet the Latkes. Meet the Latke family. They're just like you and me, except they're potato pancakes. That's Lucy Latke and her dog, Applesauce. Mama and Papa are busy in the kitchen making fried jelly donuts. Lucy's older brother, Lex, is reading comic books. Get out of my room, he shouts. Lex is a teenager. He doesn't care about anything. I don't care. But Lex should care because tonight's the night, Lucy sings. It's the first night of Hanukkah. No, it's not. Oh, right. There's someone else in the Latke family. Grandpa. Hi there. Tonight's not Hanukkah, Grandpa says. It's Chahanukkah. That's what I said. Lucy is confused. Hanukkah? Grandpa grumbles. Say it with me. Chanukah. Actually, both Hanukkah and Hanukkah are right. The holiday's name is Hebrew, so there are different ways to spell it and say it in English. Thanks, applesauce, says Lucy. Says Grandpa. Getting ready for Hanukkah. Hanukkah. The Ladka family cooks and sings and decorates the house, except for Lex. He still doesn't care about anything. Then, after the menorah is lit and the dreidels are spun and the gelt gets gobbled, Grandpa plops Lucy onto his lap. Do you want to hear about the miracle of Hanukkah, my little Ladka? I do, Lucy says, biting into her last chocolate coin. Grandpa begins with just a whisper. First, you need to know about the bees. Bees? Lucy asks. Grandpa nods. Hanukkah is a celebration of how the Jewish temple was saved from destruction. We celebrate this holiday thanks to the brave bees who buzzed and stung and fought to keep our people safe. I'm pretty sure there aren't any bees in the story of Hanukkah or Chanukah, says Grandpa. Whose story is this? Lucy's eyes widen. Were the bees big, Grandpa? Big? They were huge. They were mega bees. You mean Maccabees? Nope, Grandpa says. Definitely mega bees. And the biggest, bravest bee of them all was Judah Megabee. Judah Megabee, he was a mighty warrior and heroic Jew who lived in Israel more than 2,000 years ago. And there were no bees. But Lucy can see it now. Judah and his swarm of giant bees buzzing and stinging and fighting to save the Jewish temple and the lives of everyone who worshipped there. And who do you think Judah and his big bees were battling? That's easy. It was alien potatoes from planet Shh.
In general.
No. Yes. This is ridiculous. Zip, zap, zowie, Grandpa continues. Outer space spuds invaded Earth. Lasers shot from their eyes, and they had a lot of eyes. Everyone was doomed. Are you kidding me? The enemy wasn't a bunch of alien potatoes. It was a terrible king. Antiochus demanded that everyone believe in the same religion as he did. Applesauce goes on. So for the Jews, that meant no more studying the Torah, no more celebrating Shabbat, and never again worshiping God. The king and his followers almost completely destroyed the Jewish temple. Yes, a tyrant, agrees Grandpa. Judah and the Megabees were trapped by those evil tater tyrants from planet Shh. Prisoners in their own hive, they had only enough honey to last one day. Running out of honey? No, they were running out of oil. They needed oil to keep the temple's eternal flame burning. And they weren't bees. The Megabees plotted and schemed, Grandpa says, and the next morning when the sun rose on the temple, an enormous wooden dreidel stood in the village square. Where could it be? The alien potatoes all wondered. And why does it buzz? Lucy waves her arms. I know, the Megabees were hiding inside the dreidel. Smart Ladka, cries Grandpa. The Megabees burst from the dreidel and sliced and whipped and mashed those tater tyrants into taters. Tater tyrants? Lucy asks. Try saying that 3 times fast, Grandpa says. And then, miracle of miracles, Judah Megabee stood in the middle of all those spoiled spuds. What a waste, he said. And so that great warrior added some egg and onion and a pinch of flour and something good from the bad. Potato latkes. Lucy's eyes and mouth are open wide. So the miracle of Hanukkah is that a long time ago, the Mega Beast turned alien potatoes into latkes? Is that really true? Of course it's not true. The miracle of Hanukkah is that not only did the small group of Maccabees protect their temple from the king and the king's powerful army, but also the tiny bit of oil left to light the menorah didn't last for just one day. That oil kept the eternal light for 8 whole days. Lucy points to her family's glowing menorah. 8 candle holders, 8 days of the Hanukkah miracle. The tallest candle to light all the others. You know what, says Grandpa? I like the dog's miracle better. Me too, says Mama. Me too, says Papa. Hanukkah. Grandpa pats applesauce. Now that we all know the Hanukkah story, he gives a wooden dreidel a little spin. Who wants to hear about Passover? The end.
Thank you so much. Those are some great stories.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You. All right, our next story is coming up.
El color de mis emociones, por Choi Suk-hee. El color de mis emociones. Mis emociones son un mar de colores que suben y bajan y cambian sin parar. Esta mañana mis emociones son de un blanco deslumbrante. Aún no sé de qué color se pintarán, porque acabo de despertarme. Ahora mis emociones son de un amarillo emocionante, como el de las mariposas que juegan en el campo. ¿Qué aventuras viviré hoy? Ahora mis emociones son de un verde vivo y lleno de curiosidad, como el de un árbol que quiere crecer. ¿A quién conoceré? ¿Qué cosas nuevas aprenderé? Ahora mis emociones son de un verde amarillento, tímido, como el de una planta que empieza a brotar. ¿Se me va a dar bien? Ahora mis emociones son de un naranja alegre, como globos que flotan en lo alto del cielo. Las palabras amables me ayudan a crecer. Ahora mis emociones son de un rosa dulce que me hace cosquillas en el corazón. Me encanta estar contigo. ¿Jugamos juntos mañana? ¿Y pasado? Ahora mis emociones son de un morado confuso que me hace dudar. No sé si enfadarme o ponerme a llorar. ¿Por qué juegas con ella y conmigo no? Ahora mis emociones son de un rojo encendido que me quema el cuerpo de la cabeza a los pies. ¿Por qué no entiendes cómo me siento? Ahora mis emociones son de un azul oscuro, profundo, frío y solitario como el mar. ¿Por qué habré hecho eso? Tendría que haberte pedido que jugaras conmigo. Ahora mis emociones son de un gris nublado y siento las lágrimas como gotas de lluvia a punto de caer. Me disculpo primero y si no quiere perdonarme, ahora mis emociones son de un marrón reconfortante y cálido, como una caricia o un abrazo. No te preocupes, todo irá bien. Ahora mis emociones son de un azul liberador y claro, como el cielo despejado. Te he echado de menos. No quiero discutir más. Ahora mis emociones son de un negro que abraza todos los colores, como el de la noche que espera un nuevo día. ¿Qué emociones florecerán mañana? Mm. Mis emociones son un mar de colores que suben y bajan y cambian sin parar. Todas ellas son parte de mí y sus colores me hacen ser quien soy. ¿De qué color son tus emociones hoy? Ish by Peter H. Reynolds. Raymond loved to draw. Anytime, anything, anywhere. One day, Raymond was drawing a vase of flowers. His brother Leon leaned over his shoulder. Leon burst out laughing. "What is that?" he asked. Raymond could not even answer. He just crumpled up the drawing and threw it across the room. Leon's laughter haunted Raymond. He kept trying to make his drawings look right, but they never did. After many months and many crumpled sheets of paper, Raymond put his pencil down. "I'm done." Hmm. Marisol, his sister, was watching him. "What do you want?" he snapped. "I was watching you draw," she said. Raymond sneered. "I'm not drawing. Go away." Marisol ran away, but not before picking up a crumpled sheet of paper. "Hey, come back here with that." Raymond raced after Marisol up the hall and into her room. He was about to yell, but fell silent when he saw his sister's walls. He stared at the crumpled gallery. "This is one of my favorites," Marisol said, pointing. "That was supposed to be a vase of flowers," Raymond said, "but it doesn't look like one." "Well, it looks vase-ish," she exclaimed. "Vase-ish?" Raymond looked closer. Then he studied all the drawings on Marisol's walls and began to see them in a whole new way. "They do look ish," he said. Raymond felt light and energized. Thinking ishly allowed his ideas to flow freely. He began to draw what he felt, loose lines quickly springing out without worry. Raymond once again drew and drew the world around him. Making an ish drawing felt wonderful. He filled his journals. Tree-ish, house-ish, boat-ish, afternoon-ish, fish-ish, sun-ish. Raymond realized he could draw ish feelings too. Peace-ish, silly-ish, excited-ish. His ish art inspired ish writing. He wasn't sure if he was writing poems, but he knew they were poem-ish. One spring morning, Raymond had a wonderful feeling. It was a feeling that even ish words and ish drawings could not capture. He decided not to capture it. Instead, he simply savored it. And Raymond lived ish-fully ever after. The end. Ish.
A Christmas for Bear. Bear had never had a real Christmas. He never had a tree with a sparkling star, or candy canes, or even gingerbread bears, but he had read all about it. Clearly, the most important thing was pickles. One frosty night, Bear heard a tapping on his front door. When he opened the door, there was a mouse, small and gray and bright-eyed. "Merry Christmas," cried Mouse. "Maybe," said Bear. Bear had agreed to have a Christmas party. He had never had one before. "Do we open presents first?" Mouse asked eagerly. "Presents?" Bear shook his head, most unseemly. "What?" Mouse's eyes opened wide. "No presents? We shall sit around the tree and eat. I might even read a poem. Surely that will do," Bear declared. Then Bear went to the kitchen to get the Christmas pickles. But when he came back, no mouse. "Mouse, where are you?" Mouse didn't answer. Bear heard a tiny scurrying sound. It was coming from the upstairs. Bear climbed the stairs to his bedroom. The scurry sound was under his bed. "Mouse?" "Yes," came a muffled voice. "Are you looking for a present?" Mouse peeped out from under the bed. He had a bit of dust on his nose. "Perhaps," said Mouse. "Unnecessary hogwash," Bear scolded. "We have pickles, remember?" "Oh," said Mouse, and Mouse trudged behind Bear back to the living room. Bear went to the kitchen to get the cheese. But when he got back to the living room, no Mouse. "Mouse, you are looking for a present again, aren't you?" "Maybe," came a tiny voice. It was out in the hall. Bear opened the closet door. There was Mouse, small and gray and guilty-eyed. "Not even one tiny present," squeaked Mouse. "The pickles are from France," declared Bear. "But surely," said Mouse. "And furthermore," continued Bear, "I shall be reading a long and difficult poem." Then Bear headed back to the kitchen to get the cookies, but before he got there, he quietly turned and tiptoed back to the living room. No Mouse, of course. "Mouse!" Mouse scampered out from behind the tree, tinsel dangling from one ear. "Pickles and poems," bellowed Bear. "That is the Christmas spirit." "Yes, Bear," sighed Mouse. Mouse sat in front of the crackling fire. Bear served them pickles and cheese and cookies and tea, smelling of cinnamon and oranges. Bear nibbled and sipped. Mouse did too. But his tale was sad. Bear cleared his throat. Mouse looked up. "'Twas the night before Christmas," Bear pronounced, "when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse." Bear stared sternly at Mouse. "The pickles are wonderful," whispered Mouse. Bear continued, "The stockings were hung by the chimney with care." Bear paused and glanced over at Mouse. Mouse took a mournful bite of his pickle. "The stockings were hung by the chimney with care," Bear repeated more loudly. "The stockings!" Mouse leapt up, his eyes bright as Christmas candles. "You do have presents for me," he cried, pointing at the mantel. "You have stockings." "Certainly not. Impossible. Monstrous assumption," rumbled Bear, but he was smiling. Mouse scrambled into his stocking and popped back out with a package, wrapped in sparkling red paper. Bear looked on eagerly as Mouse tore off the wrapping. "It is the best present ever," Bear announced proudly, "even if it's not a pickle." Inside was a shiny silver telescope. Bear hurried Mouse out into the crisp winter night. Mouse pointed the telescope toward the glowing moon. "Most wonderful," Mouse said softly. "Thank you, Bear." "Yes, indeed." Bear smiled, then looked at Mouse. "Well?" "What?" Mouse was busy studying the stars with his new telescope. "Mouse, you didn't forget, did you?" Bear looked most stricken. "Pickles and poems," said Mouse. Then he turned the telescope toward a nearby fir tree. "And presents." There, peeking out from the snowy branches, was a big red bow. Bear hurried over and pulled out a wooden sled with its shiny red runners. "I've always wanted a sled with its shiny red runners," said Bear. "Thank you, Mouse. You are—" Bear swallowed. "You are an excellent companion, someone of whom I am the most fond. You are my best friend too," said Mouse with a happy flick of his whiskers. "Merry Christmas, Bear." "Merry Christmas, Mouse," cried Bear. Then Mouse and Bear jumped on the sled and swooped down the hill under the shining stars of Christmas. The end.
How the Grinch Stole Christmas by Dr. Seuss. Every Who down in Whoville liked Christmas a lot. But the Grinch, who lived just north of Whoville, did not. The Grinch hated Christmas the whole Christmas season. Now please don't ask why. No one quite knows the reason. It could be his head wasn't screwed on just right. It could be, perhaps, that his shoes were too tight. But I think that the most likely reason of all may have been that his heart was 2 sizes too small. But whatever the reason, his heart or his shoes, he stood there on Christmas Eve, hating the Whos. Staring down from his cave with a sour, grinchy frown at the warm-lighted windows below in their town. For he knew every Who down in Whoville beneath was busy now hanging a mistletoe wreath. And they're hanging their stockings, he snarled with a sneer. Tomorrow is Christmas, it's practically here. Then he growled with his Grinch fingers nervously drumming, I must find some way to stop Christmas from coming. For tomorrow, he knew, all the Who girls and boys would wake bright and early. They'd rush for their toys. And then, oh, the noise. Oh, the noise, 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 noise. That's one thing he hated, the noise. Noise, noise, noise. Then the Whos, young and old, would sit down to a feast. And they'd feast. And they'd feast. And they'd feast, 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 feast. They would feast on Who pudding and rare Who roast beast, which was something the Grinch couldn't stand in the least. And then they'd do something he liked least of all. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, would stand close together with Christmas bells ringing. They'd stand hand in hand, and the Whos would start singing. They'd sing, and they'd sing, and they'd sing, 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 sing. And the more the Grinch thought of this Who Christmas sing, the more the Grinch thought, I must stop this whole thing. Why, for 53 years I've put up with it now. I must stop this Christmas from coming. But how? Then he got an idea, an awful idea. The Grinch got a wonderful, awful idea. I know just what to do, the Grinch laughed in his throat, and he made a quick Santa Claus hat and a coat. And he chuckled and clucked. What a great Grinchy trick! With his coat and this hat, I look just like Saint Nick. All I need is a reindeer. The Grinch looked around, but since reindeer are scarce, there was none to be found. Did that stop the old Grinch? No. The Grinch simply said, if I can't find a reindeer, I'll make one instead. So he called his dog Max. Then he took some red thread and he tied a big horn on top of his head. Then he loaded some bags and some old empty sacks on a ramshackle sleigh, and he hitched up old Max. Then the Grinch said, get up! And the sleigh started down toward the homes where the Whos lay a snooze in their town. All their windows were dark. Quiet snow filled the air. All the Whos were all dreaming sweet dreams without care when he came to the first little house on the square. This is stop number 1, the old Grinchy Claus hissed, and he climbed to the roof, empty bags in his fist. Then he slid down the chimney, a rather tight pinch, but if Santa could do it, then so could the Grinch. He got stuck only once, for a moment or two. Then he stuck his head out of the fireplace flue, where the little Who stockings all hung in a row. These stockings, he grinned, are the first things to go. Then he slithered and slunk with a smile most unpleasant around the whole room, and he took every present, pop guns and bicycles, roller skates, drums, checkerboards, tricycles, popcorn, and plums. And he stuffed them in bags. Then the Grinch very nimbly stuffed all the bags one by one up the chimbley. Then he slunk to the icebox. He took the Who's feast. He took the Who pudding. He took the roast beast. He cleaned out that icebox as quick as a flash. Why, that Grinch even took their last can of Who hash. Then he stuffed all the food up the chimney with glee. And now, grinned the Grinch, I will stuff up the tree. And the Grinch grabbed the tree, and he started to shove, when he heard a small sound, like the coo of a dove. He turned around fast, and he saw a small Who, little Cindy Lou Who was not more than 2. The Grinch had been caught by this tiny Who daughter who'd got out of bed for a cup of cold water. She stared at the Grinch and said, Santa Claus, why? Why are you taking our Christmas tree? Why? But, you know, that old Grinch was so smart and so slick, he thought up a lie, and he thought it up quick. Why, my sweet little tot, the fake Santa Claus lied. There's a light on this tree that won't light on one side, so I'm taking it home to my workshop, my dear. I'll fix it up there, then I'll bring it back here. And his fib fooled the child. Then he patted her head, and he got her a drink, and he sent her to bed. And when Cindy Lou Who went to bed with her cup, he went to the chimney and stuffed the tree up. Then the last thing he took was the log for their fire. Then he went up the chimney himself, the old liar. On their walls he left nothing but hooks and some wire. And the one speck of food that he left in the house was a crumb that was even too small for a mouse. Then he did the same thing to the other Who's houses, leaving crumbs much too small for the other Who's mouses. It was 1:15 dawn. All the Who's still abed, all the Who's still a-snooze, when he packed up his sled. Packed it up with their presents, the ribbons, the wrappings, the tags, and the tinsel, the trimmings, the trappings. 3,000 feet up the side of Mount Crumpet, he rode with his load to the tip-top to dump it. Pooh-pooh to the Who's, he was grinchiously humming. They're finding out now that no Christmas is coming. They're just waking up. I know just what they'll do. Their mouths will hang open a minute or two. Then the Who's down in Whoville will all cry, boo-hoo! That's a noise, grinned the Grinch, that I simply must hear. So he paused, and the Grinch put his hand to his ear. And he did hear a sound rising over the snow. It started in low, then it started to grow. But the sound wasn't sad. Why, this sound sounded merry. It couldn't be so, but it was merry, very. He stared down at Whoville. The Grinch popped his eyes. Then he shook. What he saw was a shocking surprise. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, was singing without any presents at all. He hadn't stopped Christmas from coming. It came. Somehow or other, it came just the same. And the Grinch, with his Grinch feet ice cold in the snow, stood puzzling and puzzling. How could it be so? It came without ribbons, it came without tags, it came without packages, boxes, or bags. And he puzzled 3 hours, till his puzzler was sore. Then the Grinch thought of something he hadn't before. Maybe Christmas, he thought, doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas, perhaps, means a little bit more. And what happened then? Well, in Whoville they say that the Grinch's small heart grew 3 sizes that day. And the minute his heart didn't feel quite so tight, he whizzed with his load through the bright morning light. And he brought back the toys and the food for the feast, and he himself, the Grinch, carved the roast beast.
We do have somebody that is coming live, but they are running a little bit late, so we'll probably be starting in about 5 minutes. Good afternoon. We're really excited to have Amanda Brenner here, who's going to do a little craft with us. So I will leave the stage and it's all yours.
Thanks, Heather. All right, hi boys and girls. Today I'm going to show you how to make two different crafts. We make them exactly pretty much the same way. One of them is this cute little Santa popsicle stick ornament, and we're gonna also make a snowman version of him too. So I'm gonna switch my camera so you can see what I'm doing on the table, but yeah, but let's get going with some crafts. Oopsies. All right, there we go. Ooh. All right, hopefully this is gonna stay for me. why it's not. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm trying to problem solve right now because my camera does not want to stay up. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. Got it right here. So the first things that you're going to need, so to make our Santa, and like I said, we're going to make a snowman just like him. You're going to need some popsicle sticks. You're going to need some paint, and then some little things to decorate. So here I have in my special little box here some beads, some buttons, little pom-poms, sequins. I kind of just have a little random bunch of stuff here. And you could always use glitter if you want as well. And I have my cotton balls that I'll need for his face too. So I'm going to be using acrylic paint markers because they dry a little quicker, and so it's a little easier and faster for me to do it on the camera. But you will also need some paint to paint your popsicle sticks too. So I'm going to start, I have 4 popsicle sticks for Santa. I'm going to start by painting 4 of them red. And if you see the top of his face, part of his face is going to be skin color, peach color. So I'm not going to paint all of the bottoms of the popsicles, or I'm not going to paint the whole popsicle stick red. I'm just going to paint the bottom. Okay. And then I'm going to redo the exact same, but with white for our snowman. Oh, there we go. That's working a lot better. Okay. Now, one of the things that you can do is you can glue with Elmer's glue these together. You might have to stick them to hold them a little bit when you're doing it side by side. Today, and an adult could help you do this as well. I'm going to use a hot glue gun. But again, that's kind of just because I have to do it really quick, live for you guys. But an adult at home could help with a hot glue gun, or a teacher. So I'm just going to take now my peach color and just do the top. I don't have to worry about being too careful at the tops and edges of the tops and bottoms of this, because we're going to be putting cotton swabs over this. So I have my hot glue gun right now. I'm going to run a line of it down the side of that popsicle stick and smush them together. All right, and while I finish that, something else, another little trick that I found helped to help stabilize it more, because making sure that your 4 popsicle sticks stay together could be a little tough just side to side. I broke another popsicle stick in little pieces and glued it on the back to help connect it, and that made it sturdy so that the ornament wasn't going to flop around. All those popsicle sticks weren't going to flop. So there's a little trick when you're making these that you can do. And while I let that one dry, I'm going to get going and paint my 4 white ones for our snowman. These ones I want to do a little bit better because we're going to see more of the snowman. We're going to see more of the white than we would on the peach. And normally I would do a couple layers of this. See, the white is not as dark on this as I would like, but after a couple layers, it would be. If you're using paint, it would show up much better. All right, I'm going to flip these around actually because I like that better. I forgot that we are going to do black on the top for our snowman's hat. And really, you could do whatever color you want. So actually, you know what? I'm going to do some purple. And I want his hat a little slanted, so I'm going to do it like this. Then I'm actually going to take another popsicle stick, break that, put some hot glue on it, and make the rim of his cap right there. And then we can color that the same color. Okay, so I have the base for my snowman here, and I got my Santa. Let's wrap them both up. First things first, I need some eyes. So I'm going to take my dark color, and I'm going to make some eyes for my snowman. And I got to put some little eyes for Santa. I'm going to take some cotton balls and put them around Santa's face here to make the top of his jacket there. And then we're going to put it around the edges too to make the edge of his hat. Now I would say this hat I made out of pipe cleaners. So you can make a pipe cleaner hat for him. This one I cut out some paper and made. So you could do that as well. And then I just put a little fuzzy pom-pom right on the top of it. And for his body, we're going to do just some buttons. So let me go in my bag of goodies here. And again, you can use whatever you have. Be creative. I have little beads right here. So he's going to get little blue beads for his buttons. And then the last thing that I did for Mr. Santa, was a little nose. I'm going to do a little sequin nose because he needs some sparkle. A little sequin nose there. And I ended up just doing a little bit of pink on his cheeks so he's nice and rosy. So put that hat on Santa, and there's your Santa ornament. Oh, I also used a little ribbon to attach it so I can hang it up. For our little snowman here, I took an orange pipe cleaner, cut a little bit off, and there's your carrot nose right there for your snowman. He gets some buttons too. And I got an orange button there, got a yellow button. And the cool thing about Mr. Snowman is he actually gets a scarf as well. So a few different things that you could use for this. You can use different types of ribbon. I have some ribbon right here. You can use pipe cleaners. All you're going to do is put some ribbon right there. And I'm going to make him another little part of his scarf so it's wrapped around him. But honestly, like I said, you do whatever you want to your snowmen, to your Santas, to decorate them. Ooh, that looking cute little snowman. And then you can, if you want to, give him a nice little smile as well. And with that ribbon, all I did to make it so you can hang it up was just twirl it around like that. Glue that together and glue that right on the back. So that's quick how to make your little snowman or your Santa, but be creative. There's so many other things that you can make with your popsicle sticks as well. I made this Santa hat just with 3 popsicle sticks and some pom-poms. I made a Christmas tree, again, just triangle green, and then you decorate it with whatever you got for ornaments. This is another tree that I made as well, just with gems on it. And I made some snowflakes. All you gotta do is put some snowflakes together, or some popsicle sticks together, and you can make, what again, snowflakes with whatever gems, materials, decorations, glitter you want. All right, I hope you all enjoyed those holiday crafts and have a wonderful holiday. Bye.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Amanda. All right, our next story is up, which is The Polar Express.
Hello. I will be reading The Polar Express by Chris Van Allsburg. The Polar Express. On Christmas Eve, many years ago, I lay quietly in my bed. I did not rustle the sheets. I breathed slowly and silently. I was listening for a sound a friend had told me I'd never hear. The ringing bells of Santa's sleigh. There is no Santa, my friend had insisted, but I knew he was wrong. Late that night, I did hear sounds, though not of ringing bells. From outside came the sounds of hissing steam and squeaking metal. I looked through my window and saw a train standing perfectly still in front of my house. It was wrapped in an apron of steam. Snowflakes fell lightly around it. A conductor stood at the open door of one of the cars. He took a large pocket watch from his vest, then looked up at my window. I put on my slippers and robe. I tiptoed downstairs and out of the door. All aboard, the conductor cried out. I ran up to him. Well, he said, are you coming? Where? I asked. Why, to the North Pole, of course, was his answer. This is the Polar Express. I took his outstretched hand and he pulled me aboard. The train was filled with other children, all in their pajamas and nightgowns. We sang Christmas carols and ate candies with nougat centers as white as snow. We drank hot cocoa as thick and rich as melted chocolate bars. Outside, the lights of the towns and villages flickered in the distance as the Polar Express raced northward. Soon there were no more lights to be seen. We traveled through cold, dark forests, where lean wolves roamed and white-tailed rabbits hid from our train as it thundered through the quiet wilderness. We climbed mountains so high it seemed as if we would scrape the moon, but the Polar Express never slowed down. Faster and faster we ran along, rolling over peaks and through valleys like a car on a roller coaster. The mountains turned into hills, the hills to snow-covered plains. We crossed a barren desert of ice, the great polar ice cap. Lights appeared in the distance. They looked like the lights of a strange ocean liner sailing on a frozen sea. There, said the conductor, is the North Pole. The North Pole! It was a huge city, standing alone in the top of the world, filled with factories where every Christmas toy was made. At first we saw no elves. They are gathering in the center of the city, the conductor told us. That is where Santa will give the first gift of Christmas. Who receives the first gift? We all asked. The conductor answered, he will choose one of you. Look, shouted one of the children, the elves! Outside we saw hundreds of elves. As our train drew closer to the center of the North Pole, we slowed to a crawl. So crowded were the streets with Santa's helpers. When the Polar Express could go no further, we stopped and the conductor let us outside. We pressed through the crowd to the edge of a large open circle. In front of us stood Santa's sleigh. The reindeer were excited. They pranced and paced, ringing the silver sleigh bells that hung from their harnesses. It was a magical sound, like nothing I'd ever heard. Across the circle, the elves moved apart, and Santa Claus appeared. The elves cheered wildly. He marched over to us and, pointing to me, said, "Let's have this fellow here." He jumped into his sleigh. The conductor handed me up. I sat on Santa's knee, and he asked, "Now, what would you like for Christmas?" I knew that I could have any gift I could imagine, but the one thing I wanted most for Christmas was not inside Santa's giant bag. What I wanted more than anything was one silver bell from Santa's sleigh. When I asked, Santa smiled. Then he gave me a hug and told an elf to cut a bell from a reindeer's harness. The elf tossed it up to Santa. He stood, holding the bell high above him, and called out, "The first gift of Christmas!" A clock struck midnight as the elves roared their approval. Santa handed the bell to me, and I put it in my bathrobe pocket. The conductor helped me down from the sleigh. Santa shouted out the reindeers' names and cracked his whip. His team charged forward and climbed into the air. Santa circled once above us, then disappeared into the cold, dark polar sky. As soon as we were back inside the Polar Express, the other children asked to see the bell. I reached into my pocket, but the only thing I felt was a hole. I had lost the silver bell from Santa Claus's sleigh. "Let's hurry outside and look for it," one of the children said. But the train gave a sudden lurch and we started moving. We were on our way home. It broke my heart to lose the bell. When the train reached my house, I sadly left the other children. I stood at my doorway and waved goodbye. The conductor said something to me from the moving train, but I couldn't hear him. "What?" I yelled. He cupped his hands around his mouth. "Merry Christmas!" he shouted. The Polar Express let out a loud blast from its whistle and sped away. On Christmas morning, my little sister Sarah and I opened our presents. When it looked as if everything had been unwrapped, Sarah found one last small box behind the tree. It had my name on it. Inside was a silver bell. There was a note. "Found this on the seat of my sleigh. Fix that hole in your pocket. Signed, Mr. C." I shook the bell. It made the most beautiful sound my sister and I had ever heard. But my mother said, "Oh, that's too bad." "Yes," said my father, "it's broken." When I had shaken the bell, my parents had not heard a sound. At one time, most of my friends could hear the bell, but as the years passed, it fell silent for all of them. Even Sarah found one Christmas that she could no longer hear its sweet sound. Though I've grown old, the bell still rings for me as it does for all those who truly believe. Hello, I will be reading As Cool as It Gets by Jory John. Watch out, here come the holidays. Bells are ringing, jingles are jangling. Tinsel is tinsling? Whatever, it doesn't matter. The truth is, I don't usually feel very festive, jolly, or merry this time of year. I may be a cool bean, but I don't always have the coolest holiday season. Oh no, 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 no. Here's why. Every year there's a big old fancy old holiday party. All the beans in town are there to celebrate and whoop it up. And every single year we have a gift exchange. To enter, you select a bean's name out of a hat. This year I randomly selected Benedette J, not to be confused with Benedette S. Benedette J is one of the coolest of the cool beans, and I knew she would be expecting one of the coolest of the cool gifts. It's kind of a big deal. There's a lot of pressure to be a great gift giver during the holidays. After all, what's cooler than making someone's day with an amazing, expensive present? Am I right? Of course, I couldn't buy her something extravagant like that. I have no bean bucks to my name. So I tried finding a gift for Benedette. I went on a treasure hunt across town. Alas, all I found was an acorn, a button, a rock, an apple core, a broken leaf, and a single solitary shoe. Sigh. A bean like Benedette wouldn't want any of that stuff. I considered not going to the party at all. I could hide in my house with the lights out in case anybody came looking for me. Things would be easier that way. But then, just as I was starting to panic, I spied some pens and paints and paper in a dusty, forgotten cabinet. I hummed. Suddenly, I had a cool idea. It had been a while since I'd done anything creative, but I decided to give it a whirl. I drew a line, then another, then another. It started out as a simple landscape. Then I added a couple of tigers, a lightning bolt, a sporty car, an electric guitar, and a double rainbow. I topped it off with a sketch of Benedette herself, looking oh so very cool. After an hour or two, I admired my illustration. It had humor. It had heart. It had a lightning bolt. Was it the best thing I'd ever made? Perhaps. I put the drawing in a folder and headed to the party before I could talk myself out of it. It felt like a long walk. By the time I arrived at the house, I'd started having second thoughts. This was before I saw the gifts stacked in the corner, stretching all the way to the ceiling. And then I remembered my silly little folder containing a silly little drawing. Oh no, 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 no. I sheepishly placed my gift on the stack, not making eye contact with anybody. Finally, a bean named Charlene dinged a glass. "It's gift time," she hollered. "Gather round." All the beans sat in a circle. A few friends waved me over. "Yeah, this should be really fun," I said too loudly. And I laughed awkwardly. Then I sneezed on somebody's plate of cookies. Achoo! Then I bumped my knee on the coffee table. Yow! Everybody just stared. I spotted Benedette sitting across from me, looking excited. Sorry in advance, I thought. All the beans exchanged gifts. Immediately there were yelps of approval. It was a cascade of shiny, expensive stuff like electronics, whoa, clothes, whee, jewelry, wowzers, you name it. Finally it was my turn. Oh, the dread. But there was no way out. Let's get this over with, I thought. Benedette took the folder and shook it, listening for a rattle. She smelled it, in case it was sweet. Finally, she opened it and gently removed my artwork, holding it in both hands. She stared at it for a full minute. There was only silence. I knew it. I thought, the worst gift of the party. Time to disappear forever. I started plotting my escape. Just as I was about to sprint to the door and never look back and start a new life somewhere, Benedette finally spoke up. "Wait! You drew this for me?" she asked. Yes, I said, feeling a bit queasy. "Goodness, this is is the absolute coolest present I've ever received, she said. It is? I asked. It's totally and completely wonderful, she said. This gift is as cool as it gets. Everybody crowded around my drawing. All the beans had nice things to say about it, like wow and neat and cool. What a feeling! I'd created something unique and original. I'd given it away and and it had made someone happy, all in a day. The rest of the party sped by in a blur of holiday music, sweets, and fun games. Some of the other beans asked if I would make drawings for them. Oh, and I received a neat present too. It was a scarf that a bean named Jean had knitted for me. He'd been really nervous about my reaction, he said. I told Jean how much it meant that he'd taken the time to make me something. And my new scarf kept me cozy when I went outside. It was truly a cool and also warm gift indeed. The walk felt shorter this time. I had pep in my step and a smile on my face. So yeah, this has actually turned into a pretty cool holiday season after all. I realized that a gift is a gift, whether it's bought, found, or created from scratch. I even came up with a new motto. When in doubt, just make something. So that is what I'm going to do from now on. Happy holidays, every bean!
Well, our next person has not yet arrived, so I'm going to switch the 1:45 and 1:30, and we'll listen to Onondaga County Supreme Court law.
Hi, welcome to the Law Library and Help Center. We're on the 5th floor of the county courthouse in Syracuse. Our library windows look into a courtyard in the middle of the building. In the winter, the snow swirling outside makes it look like we work in a snow globe.
Our library is filled with pieces of history. We have old books, old maps, and old photographs. The story we're going to share with you today is even older than anything in our library. This story was first told by the Haudenosaunee people long before the state of New York existed. We hope you enjoy Rabbit's Snow Dance.
Rabbit's Snow Dance is a pourquoi tale. That means it tries to answer the question, why? Why are things the way they are today? Back in the old days, Rabbit didn't look the way he looks today. Instead, he had a long bushy tail and long legs, and he was the fastest runner of all the animals. But there was one thing that hasn't changed about Rabbit. Even then, like today, he loved to run and play in the snow. So when winter was coming to the end and all of the snow had melted, Rabbit was feeling very disappointed. He thought to himself, if only it would snow, then I could have a really good time. And then Rabbit remembered something that his grandmother had taught him. She said, sometimes if you sing a little song in the right way and you dance a little dance in the right way, you can make things happen. So Rabbit decided to try it. He began to sing quietly, and as he sang, he danced in a circle. This is what he sang. If only it would snow, if only it would snow, then I could run around and play, if only it would snow. Rabbit looked up at the sky, and sure enough, in the distance, billowy clouds were beginning to form. So he sang his song and danced some more. If only it would snow, if only it would snow, then I could run around and play, if only it would snow. A few flakes began to fall from the sky. If only it would snow, if only it would snow, then I could run around and play, if only it would snow. Now, as Rabbit sang, the flakes grew larger, as big as feathers, and they came faster and faster from the sky. So Rabbit continued to sing. If only it would snow, if only it would snow, then I could run around and play, if only it would snow. Snow covered the ground, but Rabbit didn't stop. Now, at this point, you should know this song pretty well, so sing along with me. If only it would snow, if only it would snow, then I could run around and play, if only it would snow. The snowdrifts grew higher, and they covered the tops of the bushes. But Rabbit continued to sing. If only it would snow, if only it would snow, then I could run around and play, if only it would snow. The snow grew higher and covered the lowest branches of the trees. But Rabbit kept singing. It covered the middle of the branches of the trees. And he kept on singing. It covered the top branches of the trees. And finally, Rabbit stopped. He looked around. I have done well, he said. But then he realized he was tired, and his home and his bed were way down below under all that snow. The only thing left sticking out was the branch of a tree. And Rabbit curled up in the crook of that branch and went to sleep. As he slept, the sun came out and warmed up that new snow, and little by little it melted to the middle of the trees, to the lowest branches of the trees, to the tops of the bushes, all the way to the ground, and it melted away. And that's when Rabbit woke up. Oh, Rabbit was way up high, and he was hungry. Now, even then, rabbits were not good at climbing up or down trees. And Rabbit was stuck, and Rabbit was hungry. He looked way down below, and there he could see the green leaves of his favorite vegetables peeking out of the ground, and he wanted them. He thought, maybe I could jump. And as he leaned forward, his foot slipped. He started falling. His tail got caught in the crook of that branch and popped right off. And Rabbit went plummeting down to the ground. He hit hard. His front legs got bunched up. His back legs got bunched up. And he split his lip right down the front as his face hit the ground. And that's how rabbits still look today. They now have short little tails and short front and back legs and a split lip. And if you're ever in the forest walking around in the springtime, you might see little bunny tails in the branches. Some people call them pussy willows. They're there to remind you of this story and to help you remember to be satisfied with enough of a good thing. We hope you enjoyed this telling of Rabbit Snow Dance. If you'd like to read more stories from the Haudenosaunee, you should check out the book, The Boy Who Lived with Bears by Joseph Bruchac.
Welcome to Craft Time with Kelly. Today we are making Rabbit's paper drum. The supplies you will need are 2 paper plates, a popsicle stick or a straw chopstick, yarn or string, 2 beads, tape or glue, and a pair of scissors. Start by taking one of your paper plates. We're adding double-sided tape all around the perimeter of one of the plates. But you could also use glue. Make sure you get enough all the way around so that the second plate will stick to the top. Adding our popsicle stick to the bottom over one of the pieces of tape. Taking a piece of yarn that we've cut about 2 feet long, placing it across the middle of the first plate, and then adding the second plate over the top, pressing down to secure them together. Taking our first bead, add a knot around it. Sometimes it's tricky with the yarn. Going to add a bead on the other side, push the yarn through, and you're going to tie a knot. Push the yarn through, and we're going to tie a knot around it. Tie it tight so it won't fall off. Then I'm going to cut off the edges. And same on the other side. There we go. Pulling the yarn tight through the middle. And time to add some decorations. I cut out a little rabbit, but you can use whatever you like. You can draw your own rabbit or any outside decorations that you want to use. Adding the rabbit on with a little bit of glue. And adding Doing a little cotton tail with a cotton ball. So sweet. Our drum is all set. And on the other example I made, I added some feathers, but you can use whatever you have around the house. And you just take your popsicle stick handle and turn it back and forth, twist, and you've got your awesome rabbit's drum.
Happy holidays from the Law Library and Health Center. Happy holidays from the Law Library and Health Center.
Library windows look outside into the outside courtyard outside of the building. Library windows look into a courtyard in the middle of the building. In the winter, it looks like a snow globe. I'm gonna take out, I didn't see you there. I just said hi. Yep.
Although I loved it.
Yeah. Hi, welcome to the Help Center in Law Library. Hi, welcome to the Law Library and Help Center. We're on the 5th floor of the that's the hardest part for me, is I'm so used to saying Onondaga County Courthouse.
Oh, mm-hmm.
Classes are welcome to come visit us at the courthouse. Archimedes Russell designed the building in 1906, and while it was being built, it got the nickname Russell's Palace. And you can see why, with the beautiful marble and the fancy courtrooms. While you're here, you can learn about local history. Did you know that our county started in a farmer's cob house? That soldiers from Onondaga fought in the Battle of Gettysburg? And we once had a courthouse on the Erie Canal? While you're here, you can participate in mock trials, meet court officers and learn about their tools and work, and even see where they make laws in our county.
I'm Hans Christian Andersen, and today I shall be telling you one of my fairy tales, The Snow Queen, a tale in 7 stories. Story the first, which tells of the looking glass and the bits of it. Attention please, we're going to begin. When we've got to the end of the story, we shall know more than we do now. There was a wicked troll. He was one of the worst sort. He was the devil. One day he was in a very temper, for he had made a looking glass which had this property, that everything good and pretty that was reflected in it shriveled it away into almost nothing. But everything that was no good and looked ugly came out plain and showed even worse than it was.
Excuse me, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, what? Who's that?
Yes. Hello, it's me, the puppeteer.
Puppeteer? Goodness gracious, why did you interrupt?
Well, it's just that this is a very good story. I quite like it, and all its many, many words. But, well, we don't have time for all of them.
What? Haven't got time?
Yes, I'm afraid that's right. So if it's okay with you, I will help you with the role of the narrator.
Well, this is highly irregular.
That's the spirit. Back to our evil mirror. Well, one day, a bunch of young devils decided to take the mirror up and see what heaven would look like reflected in it. Up and up and up they flew, but they dropped it. Down and down and down it flew and dashed against the ground below. Where it broke into millions and billions of pieces. These pieces were each as powerful as the whole mirror, and the little pieces threw around the whole wide world. And if you got one in your eye, you couldn't see anything good. And if you got one in your heart, it would turn into a block of ice. So if you ever thought that perhaps some glitter is evil, You may very well be right.
Story the second. A little boy and a little girl. In the big town, two houses were crammed very close together, and between them a little rose bush grew. Each house had a child, a little boy and a little girl. They were as close as brother and sister. He was called Kay and she was called Gerda. They often played between the houses, enjoying the roses and each other's company. In the winter, of course, the roses were sleeping, and great drifts of snow covered everything. They had to play inside or listen to the stories of old grandmother. One day, it was snowing quite hard and both the children were staring out the window.
Those are the white bees swarming. Have they got a queen too? Indeed they have. She flies where the swarm thickest. She's the biggest of them all. She never stays on the ground, but flies up again into the black cloud. Many a winter night she flies through the streets of the town and peeps in at the windows, and then they freeze into wonderful patterns like flowers. Yes, we've seen that. Can the Snow Queen get in here? Let her come. I'll put her on the hot stove and she'll melt.
Full of spit and vinegar, Kay ran into the window and threw it open.
Oh, come away from the window,
said Gerda, for she was scared. The girl put her arm around his neck and he winked his eye, but no, there was nothing to be seen.
Oh, I think it's gone,
he said, but it wasn't. It was one of those tiny bits of broken off the glass. You remember about that horrid glass which made everything great and good reflected in it become mean and ugly. Poor Kay, he had gotten a piece of it right into his heart, which would soon be a lump of ice.
Okay. What are you crying for? It makes you look horrid. There's nothing the matter with me. Ah!
He called out suddenly, and from that moment, Kay changed. When Gerda brought him a picture book, he said,
"That's for babies."
And when the grandmother told him stories, he was always breaking in with a but. And if he could, he would follow her about and imitate her talking. It made people laugh. But it was a bit of glass that he had gotten in his eye and the bit that he had in his heart. And so it came about that he would tease even little Gerda, who loved him with all her heart. The games he played were quite different now. They were very clever. One winter day, when the snowflakes were drifting down, he bought a big magnifying glass and held it out in the corner of his blue jacket and let all the flakes fall on it.
Now look through the glass, Gerda. See how lovely it is? How clever. It's much more interesting than real flowers are. There's not a single thing wrong with them, and they're perfectly accurate. If only they didn't melt.
A little later, Kay came in with big mittens on, and his sledge hung on his back. He shouted to Gerda right in her ear,
"I've got to leave to drive in the big square where the others are playing."
And he was off. In the town square, the bravest boys liked to tie their sleds to the passing carts and get pulled along for a ride. One day, a large white sled glided past, driven by someone wrapped in white fur. Kay quickly tied his little sled to the back, and off he went. The sled sped faster and faster out of the town and to a swirling snowstorm. Kay tried to undo the rope, but no matter what he did, the sled stayed fastened. At last the snow parted. The big sledge stopped and the driver stood up. The fur and cap melted into the snowflakes. It was the queen herself.
"We've traveled far,"
she said.
"Come, you mustn't freeze."
She lifted Kay beside her and wrapped him in a warm bearskin. Then she kissed him once on the forehead. The cold shot straight into his heart, and almost he forgot his fear. A second kiss made him forget Gerda, his grandmother, everything at home.
"No more kisses, or you might freeze to death."
Kay stared at her, dazzled. The Snow Queen swept him upward, and they flew together across forests, lakes, and seas. The storm winds hollowed, the moon shone brightly above, and Kay watched through the long winter night as the Snow Queen carried him away.
Awesome.
Story the third. The flower garden of the old woman who knew magic.
No. I'm afraid we don't have time for that either.
But it's a very important section, the symbolism.
Yes, all are very important and interesting. We just don't have time. Anyway, here's the important part of the story. Gerda found herself in the garden. She asked many flowers if they had seen Kay. But flowers are flighty and self-absorbed, so they were no help, except a rose bush that had been hidden under the ground told Gerda that Kay was not where dead people are, so he must still live. Gerda hurried along her way. So, story the fourth, A Prince and a Princess. Gerda was resting, very distraught, when hopping over the road right in front of her was a large crow. Crow, crow, good day, good day. Where are you going all alone in the wide world? So she told the crow the story of her life and asked if it had seen Kay. Maybe. What, you think you have? Oh, I think it might be little Kay. If so, he has quite forgotten about you for the princess. Does he live with a princess? Yes, listen. And so it told what it knew. In the kingdom where now there lives a princess who is exceedingly clever. Besides, she's read all the newspapers in the world and forgotten them again. She's so clever! She made up her mind to marry, only she would have a husband who knew how to answer when you talked to him. Not one that just stood around looking pretty. That's dull. Now you may be very sure every word I'm telling you is true, for I have a sweetheart who's tame and goes everywhere in the palace. And she told me the whole thing. Any good-looking young man could come to the palace and speak with the princess, and one that talked the best, the princess would have him for a husband. Oh, yes, indeed. People came streaming in, but nothing came of it, not the first day or the second. All of them could talk well enough in the street, but when they came to the palace and saw how grand it was, they were flabbergasted. They stood in front of the throne where the princess was sitting, and they couldn't think of anything to say. But then there came a little fellow without a horse or carriage, marching quite cheerfully straight up to the palace. His eyes shone like gems, and he had lovely long hair, but his clothes were shabby. Oh, it was Kay! I found him! He had a little bundle on his back. Oh, that must have been his sledge, for he went off with his sledge. It might quite have been that. It didn't look very close at it, but I know from my tame sweetheart that he came to the palace gate, and he saw everyone all dressed up. He wasn't least taken aback. And as bold as could be, he walked straight into the princess, who was sitting on a pearl as big as a spinning wheel. And all the court ladies with their maids and their maids' and all the courtiers with their men and their men's who keep a page were stationed all around. Oh, that must be frightening. Yet Kay won the princess. If I hadn't been a crow, I'd have taken her myself, though I am engaged. He spoke, it seems, every bit as well as I do. So my tame sweetheart tells me. He was cheerful and nice-looking, and he didn't come courting at all, only to hear the princess's conversation, and he thought well of it, and she thought well of him. Oh, yes, certainly it's Kay. He was very clever. He knew a mental arithmetic with fractions. Oh, won't you take me into the palace? It's easy enough to say that, but where will we manage it? I must talk to my sweetheart about it. She's sure to be able to advise. For I must tell you, a little girl like you will never be allowed to come right in. Oh, yes, I shall. When Kay hears I'm here, he'll come directly and fetch me. Well, wait for me at the stile. And he flew off. Only when it was dark did the crow come back. Rah, rah. She lends you her best compliments. And here's a loaf for you that she took from the kitchen. Lots of bread there, and I'm sure you're hungry. It's not possible for you to get in the palace, but don't cry. You shall get in all the same. My sweetheart knows of a little back stair that leads to the bedroom. She knows where we can get the key. And so they went into the garden, up a great avenue where one leaf after another was falling, and when the lights in the palace were put out, one by one, the crow led Gerda to a back door, which stood ajar. They were now on the stairs. A little lamp was burning in the stand. In the middle of the floor stood a tame crow, turning her head this way and that. Gerda curtsied as her grandmother taught her to do. My betrothed has spoken most charmingly of you, my little lady, and your biography, as we may call it, was so very touching. If you will take the lamp, I shall lead the way. And so they went up the stairs. Oh, I think someone's coming after us. Something came rushing by as it were shadows. It's only dreams. Now they entered the bedchamber. The roof was made out of a palm tree of leaves of glass, and in the middle of the floor there hung two thick stems of gold. One was white, and that is where the princess slept, and one was red, and that is where Gerda must look for Kay. She turned it and saw brown hair. "Oh, it's Kay, it's Kay." But he turned and it wasn't Kay. "Oh dear." The princess peeped up her head and asked what was the matter. Oh my. And Kay cried and told them the whole story. "Poor little dear," said the prince and princess, and the prince got out of his bed and let Kay lay down in it. "How kind people and animals are," she said, and she shut her eyes and slept deliciously. The next day, she was dressed in silk and velvet from tip to toe. She begged only to have a little carriage and a horse so she could go out and seek Kay in the wide, wide world. The prince and princess helped her into the carriage themselves. The crows sat with her as she went across her first few miles. Little Gerda and the crow cried and cried. "It's going to be so hard to lose you, my friend. Don't worry, we'll be at the palace with the prince and princess." And so he flew off, and that was the hardest parting.
Story the 5th, The Little Robber Girl.
They were driving through the dark forest, but the coach shone like a blaze and dazzled the eyes of robbers, and they couldn't stand it. "It's gold! It's gold!" they shouted, and dashed out and spooked the horse, knocked over the carriage, and little Gerda flew onto the ground. The robbers tried to grab Gerda, but they were stopped by a girl in their midst, a little robber girl.
She shall play with me. She will give me her muff and her nice frock, and shall sleep with me in my bed. I'm going to go in the coach.
She must and would have her way, so spoiled and obstinate she was. She and Gerda sat in it and drove over stumps and thorn bushes deep into the forest.
They shan't hurt you as long as I don't get cross with you. Of course, you're a princess.
"No," said little Gerda, and told her everything that had happened to her, and how fond she was of little Kay.
They shan't hurt you even if I do get cross with you.
She dried Gerda's eyes and put both her hands into the pretty muff that was so soft and warm. The coach stopped. They were in the court of a robber's castle. Ravens and crows flew out of the holes in the walls, and big bulldogs, each of which looked as if he could swallow a man, leapt high in the air but didn't bark, for they weren't allowed to.
You shall sleep tonight with me and all my pets.
They had something to eat and drink and went off to the corner where straws and blankets were lying. Up above, about 100 pigeons were perched on laths and poles. They seemed to be sleeping, but they stirred a little when the girls came.
Those are all mine. And there's my old sweetheart, Betty. We have to keep her tight, too, else she'll go bounding away from us. Every blessed night I tickle her in the neck with my sharp knife, and it frightens her awfully.
The little girl pulled a long knife out of the crack in the wall. The poor beast kicked out with her legs, and the robber girl laughed. Do you want the knife with you when you go to sleep?
I always sleep with my knife by me. You never know what may happen. But now tell me what you told me about little Kay and why you've come out into the wide world.
So Gerda told again from the beginning, and the wood pigeons cooed up in their cage, and the other pigeons slept. The little robber girl put her arm around Gerda's neck, holding her knife in the other hand, and slept. But Gerda couldn't even shut her eyes. The robbers sat around the fire and sang and drank, and the old hag turned hand over heels. It was a frightful sight for the little girl to see. Then the wood pigeon said, "Coo, coo, we've seen little Kay. A white hen was carrying his sledge. He was sitting in the queen's carriage, which was flying above the forest where we lay in the nest. She breathed on us young ones, and all of them died but me. Coo, coo." "What are you saying up there? Where did the Snow Queen drive to? Do you know anything about it?" "She drove to Lapland for sure, for there's always snow and ice there. Just ask the reindeer that's tied by the rope there." "There is snow and ice. It's lovely and pleasant there. Here you can run about free in the great shining valleys. The Snow Queen has her summer pavilion there, but her strong castle is up by the North Pole, on an island called Spitzenberg." "Oh, Kay, my dear little Kay." In the morning, Gerda told everything to the wood pigeons had said to the little robber girl. She looked very grave and said,
"It's all one, it's all one. Do you know where Lapland is?"
"Who should know better than I? I was born and bred there. There I used to bound over the snowfields."
"Look here. All our menfolk are out, you see. The mother's here still, and here she'll be, that later in the morning she'll drink out of the big bottle and have a little nap after. And then I'll do something for you."
Well, when her mother had a drink out of the bottle and was taking a nap, the little girl went to the reindeer and said,
I should awfully like to give you a lot more ticklings with my sharp knife. You're very funny when I do. But no matter for that, I'm going to loose your tether and help you off so you can run to Lapland. But you must take the little girl for me to the Snow Queen's palace where her playfellow is. You've heard what she told me, for she talked quite loud enough, and you were eavesdropping.
The reindeer jumped for joy. The little router girl lifted Gerda up and had the forethought to tie her fast, which gave her even a little pat on.
Here are your fur boots, for it'll be cold, but for your muff I shall keep. It's much too pretty. All the same, you shan't be frozen. Here's my mother's big mittens that reach up to your elbow. Shove 'em on. Now your hands just look like my ugly old mother.
Thank you.
I hate your whimpering. Why, you ought to look really happy. And there's 2 loaves for you, and a ham, so you shan't starve.
Both of these were tied to the reindeer's back. The little robber girl opened the door and called to the big dogs. She cut the rope with her knife and said to the reindeer,
Off you go, but take care of the little girl.
Gerda stretched out her hands in big mittens to the robber girl and said, Goodbye, and the reindeer bounded over bushes and stumps through the great forest. Reindeer bounded over bushes and stumps through the great forest, over marsh and moor as fast as they ever could. In the sky there was a great noise. Phut, phut, seemed as if somewhere were sneezing red. Those are the grand northern lights. Look how they shine. Faster and faster they ran through day and night alike. The loaves were eaten and the ham too, and then they were in Lapland. Funny. Story the 6th. The Lap woman and the Finn woman. They stopped at a small house. There was nobody at home but an old Lap woman who was roasting fish by an oil lamp. The reindeer told her Gerda's story, for Gerda was so exhausted and cold that she couldn't speak.
Dear me, you poor dear creature. You've got a long way to run yet. You must travel more than 400 miles into Finnmark. That is where the Snow Queen is. I'll write a word or 2 on a dry cloth and give it to you to give to the Finn woman up there. She can tell you more than I can.
As soon as Gerda got warm and had something to eat and drink, the Lap woman wrote a few words on a split cod and told Gerda to take great care of it. Then she tied her fast to the reindeer, and off they bounded. Phut, phut, the noise went in the sky, and all the night the loveliest blue northern lights burned there. They got into the Finnmark and knocked on the Finn woman's house. There was such a heat inside that the first thing the Finn woman did was undo little Gerda's clothes and took off her mittens and boots, otherwise she would have been too hot. She read what was written on the codfish. 3 times over she read it and then knew it backwards, and she put the fish into the cooking pot, for it might as well be eaten. She never wasted anything. You're so clever. Won't you give the girl a drink so she can get the strength of 12 men and to better the Snow Queen?
Strength of 12 men? Whatever for?
She went over to a shelf and took out a large roll of skin she unrolled, and strange letters written on it. The Finn woman read in it. The reindeer pleaded again so hard for little Gerda, and Gerda gazed at the Finn woman with such beseeching eyes full of tears, she began to blink her own eyes again, drew the reindeer apart into a corner, and she whispered to her.
Little Kay is with the Snow Queen, sure enough, and finds everything after his own wish and thought, and believes that it is the best place in the world. But that comes out of having a splinter of glass in his heart and a little grain of glass in his eye. They must have come out, or he will never become human again, and the Snow Queen will have her power over him.
But can't you give little Gerda something to take, so she can get the better of it all?
I can give her no greater power than she has already. Don't you see how great it is, how men and beasts alike are bound to serve her? She's made her way so wonderfully in the world on her bare feet, and her power from us. It lies in her heart, and lies in her being a dear innocent child. If she cannot win through the Snow Queen and rid little Kay of the glass, we cannot be of any help. 10 miles from here begins the Snow Queen's garden, and you can carry the little girl as far as that. Put her down by the large bush that stands there in the snow with red berries on it. Go quickly and make haste back.
And the Finn woman lifted little Gerda up onto the reindeer, and they ran off as fast as they could. Oh, I haven't got my boots! I haven't got my mittens! She noticed it at once in the scorching cold, but the reindeer dared not stop, and ran until they came into the large bush with the berries, and put Gerda down, and ran back again as hard as they could. There stood poor little Gerda shoeless, without gloves, in the middle of fearful ice-cold Finnmark. She ran on as quick as she could, and there appeared a whole regiment of snowflakes. They had not fallen from the sky, for it was quite clear and shining in the northern lights. These snowflakes ran along the ground, and the nearer they came, the larger they grew. They were alive, and they were the Snow Queen's sentinels. Gerda was terrified, but she knew she must press on to save Kay. She called out to the snowflakes, "Oh, please, I must help Kay. Please, if you have any heart at all, help me." And the living snowflakes were moved by her tearful plea and laid down and get out of her way. And so it was that Gerda entered the palace of the Snow Queen. And now we shall see how little Kay is getting on. He certainly wasn't thinking about little Gerda, least of all that she was just outside the palace. Story the 7th. What happened in the Snow Queen's palace and what happened after that. Inside the Snow Queen's palace, everything was cold and silent. Miles of glittering halls. Kay sat in the middle of it all, trying to fit icy shapes together, his heart frozen solid. He needed to form the perfect pattern. The Snow Queen flew away on an icy gust, leaving him all alone. She had nasty business to attend to in the warmer countries. Gerda stepped into the hall. "Kay!" she cried. But Kay didn't even look up. Gerda hugged him tightly, and her warm tears slipped down into his chest. Little by little, the ice in his throat melted. Kay gasped, bursting into tears so great they removed the grain of glass from his eye. "Gerda, you're really here. Wait, where are we? How cold it is here, and how empty and how big." They hugged each other and laughed and cried with joy. It was all so happy that the very bits of ice danced about, and when they were tired and lay down again, there they lay in the exact perfect pattern, the one Kay had been trying to make. They took each other by the hand and walked out of the great palace. They talked of grandmother and of the roses, and wherever they went, the winds lay still and the sun broke down. And when they reached the bush with the red berries, there the reindeer was waiting for them. She carried Kay and Gerda first to the Finn woman, where they warmed and got directions home, then to the Lapp woman, who made them new clothes and fixed Kay's sledge. Then the reindeer carried them to the boundary of the country. The first green leaves were peeping out, and they all said their goodbyes. "Goodbye, goodbye." The first little birds began to twitter, and the forest had green buds on it. Gerda went on, hand in hand, and as they went, beautiful spring was all around them with blossom and greenery. They saw their town, the houses with the rose bush between, and they went into grandmother's room, where everything stood as it did before, and the clock was saying tick, tick, and the hands turning all around. Their little stools were still by the window, and they sat, hand in hand, remembering everything they went through. The long winter felt like a strange dream now. Grandmother smiled at them from their chair. "You two have grown so much, but you still carry the same brave hearts you had as children." Kay and Gerda looked at each other and realized that they were older now. Their friendship and the warmth that it brought them would always stay young. Summer sunshine filled the room, and the roses nodded in the breeze.
All right, we have our last story that is going to start. So I'm going to bring Kat on the stage. Thank you so much for reading today, Kat. And
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So I will get off the stage, and the floor is yours.
Which story was I supposed to do? Okay.
The snowy day and how to catch a gingerbread.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay. So here's our first story. How to Catch a Gingerbread Man by Adam Wallace and Andy Elkerton. Once upon a story time, at the bookstore down the street, some friends come in to have some fun. They're in for quite a treat. Sitting at the story rug with a special book in hand, the reading is about to begin about me, the gingerbread man. Run, run as fast as you can, the storyteller starts to read. So out I pop, right off the page and break away with speed. You kids will never catch me. I'm much too fast for you. Especially when I have to help from the boy who never grew. This clever trap won't do the trick. You need a magic spell, and with the wizard on my side, your traps won't do so well. You don't need courage, brains, or heart. You've got plenty of those. You only need a better trap to keep me on my toes. You thought this trap would really fool the world's greatest detective? He sees right through your wise disguise. It seems your trap's defective. Now your traps are getting better. I admit, I'm impressed. But Robin Hood had just saved the day. I think he's just the best. A bow tie, buttons, even pants. This place has everything. But something here is not quite right. What's with this great big spring? What a big trap you had here. The better to catch me with, I think. Too bad my friends helped me escape. I'm up and gone in a blink. This trap you set was no big deal. It's broken now, but how? Perhaps the boy with magic beans saved me with his cow. Alice and her Mad Hat friends, as a gift for my unbirthday, helped guide me through the walls of shelves. Now I'm bound to find my way. What a great day. I'm having fun. You youngsters sure are bright. But have you given up on me? There's not a trap in sight. Uh-oh. I've won again, and I must say this trap wasn't half bad. But as I take my victory lap, I notice you look sad. I may be free, but now I want to see your smiles and laughter. So back I go to give this tale a happily ever after. Run, run as fast as you can. Can you catch me? I'm the gingerbread man. Wasn't that wonderful? It's such a different kind of book. I love that one. This is the next book is The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats. One winter morning, Peter woke up and looked out the window. Snow had fallen during the night. It covered everything as far as he could see. After breakfast, he put on his snowsuit and ran outside. The snow was piled up very high along the street to make a path for walking. Crunch, crunch, crunch. His feet sank into the snow. He walked with his toes pointing out like this. He walked with his toes pointing in like that. Then he dragged his feet slowly to make tracks. And he found something sticking out of the snow that made a new track. It was a stick. a stick that was just right for smacking a snow-covered tree. Down fell the snow, plop, on top of Peter's head. He thought it would be fun to join big boys in their snowball fight, but he knew he wasn't old enough, not yet. So he made a smiling snowman. And he made angels in the snow. He pretended he was a mountain climber. He climbed up a great big, tall, heaping mountain of snow and slid all the way down. He picked up a handful of snow and another and still another. He packed it round and firm and put the snowball in his pocket for tomorrow. Then he went into his warm house. He told his mother all about his adventures while she took off his wet socks. And he thought and thought and thought about them. Before he got into bed, he looked in his pocket. His pocket was empty. He felt very sad. The snowball wasn't there. While he slept, he dreamed that the sun had melted the snow all away. But when he woke up, his dream was gone. The snow was still everywhere, and new snow was falling. After breakfast, he called his friend from across the hall, and they went out together into the deep, deep snow. The end. Thank you so much for listening to our wonderful stories. We really enjoyed having you here today. Thank you, Heather.
So much,
that was
Kat.
wonderful.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, that concludes our virtual holiday storytelling. If you missed any of the stories today, you're welcome to rewind. It will be available through the end of the day Monday, and then it will be deleted. So thank you so much, and we can't wait to see you until next year. Bye-bye.